Chapter 313. The marine being was in a miserable state. The lower half of his body had been blasted off, and his right arm and one of his wings had been torn off. Fresh blood drenched the snow red. His eyes were cold, and his face was full of pain. Even someone as powerful as him, with 6 severed shackles, couldn't endure such heavy injuries. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, which quickly froze in the wind and snow. "Your eyes are so fierce. Are you still not convinced? Do you want to kill us?" The black yak came over and gave him a kick after seeing his enmity. The kick sent him rolling 7 or 8 meters away. "Speak quickly. Which power on the continent are you colluding with?" The Manchurian tiger bared his fangs and brandished his large paws. It seemed as though he would slap him to death at the slightest disagreement. Chu Feng's entire body was glowing. The wind and snow were impervious to his body as silver radiance surged around him. He was like a god amidst the bone-piercing cold of the wilderness. The marine being glared at Chu Feng with unkind eyes and said through clenched teeth, "There's nothing wrong with your body. Everything was just an act. You tricked us." He felt great hatred in his heart. He felt that he had been deceived. This young human king was too despicable. At the same time, he resented the marine race for their inaccurate information. In the end, he had suffered such a great loss. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. "You're wrong. There's indeed something wrong with my body. It's just that you were unlucky. I was barely able to carry on the last battle, but you managed to catch up and help us." Bullsh *T. The marine being couldn't help but curse out loud. "You already said back in Shuntian that you could only carry on the last battle. Now, your blood energy is clearly at its peak." His eyes were filled with hatred. He felt that this human brat was too shameless. However, he had just finished speaking when Chu Feng's body underwent a shocking transformation. The silver radiance gushing out of Chu Feng's pores was withdrawn and completely disappeared, following which a layer of black light rippled out, causing the intensity of his energy to decrease sharply. He immediately fell below the king level. "You!" The marine being's eyes went wide in shock. He realized that there was indeed something wrong with this brat's body. He was now incomparably weak. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This was the biggest problem with Chu Feng's body. Of course, there were some details that even he himself had not figured out. He still needed to go to Kunlun Mountain to experience them carefully. Every time the black light appeared, the black substance in his body would wreak havoc, wearing away at his essence, energy, and spirit, corroding his flesh and blood. If this went on for a long time, it would definitely be fatal. However, as soon as the silver substance appeared, everything was reversed. The powerful vital energy nourished his body, and his spirit and blood energy became shockingly vigorous. "Are you going to tell me or not? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. In fact, I can guess which powers it is. I just want to verify it from your mouth." Chu Feng pressed. The oceanic being sighed softly. He truly felt sullen. A crippled human youth had managed to finish off 3 of their great experts. This made him furious but helpless. Now it seemed as if they had come to throw their lives away. However, who would have thought that it would be like this? Under normal circumstances, the 3 of them were more than enough to kill the Black Yaks group and capture Chu Feng. Whether it was humiliation or slaughter, it would all be done in the blink of an eye. However, the information was inaccurate. The marine race was in charge of communicating with the relevant parties on the continent. Providing such false information was tantamount to harming them. "Speak." The Donkey King borrowed the tiger's might and gave the oceanic being a kick. Just now, he had run far away to pick up the diamond chakram for Chu Feng. At the same time, he was secretly wiping away his cold sweat. That bronze tiger had died a miserable death. The diamond chakram had blasted him into pieces. An expert with 6 severed shackles had died without an intact corpse. The oceanic being gritted his teeth. He was rather unyielding and wasn't willing to speak. "I can't be bothered with you. If you don't want to speak, then so be it." Chu Feng kicked out. With a bang, the oceanic being was torn into pieces and died just like that. "Let's go, we'll be on our way," Chu Feng said. He knew what was going on and wasn't willing to pursue the matter at the moment. He needed to recuperate first. When the corpses of the marine race experts were discovered by the people in the outside world, it immediately caused a heated discussion. The relevant parties were all shocked and felt incomparably conflicted. I heard that 3 marine race experts went to kill Chu Feng's party, but were killed instead. Some people speculate that Chu Feng dragged his deteriorating body to fight one last battle. He killed the powerful enemies with great difficulty and then fled towards Mount Kunlun. What? Wasn't that the last battle? How come he's forced to fight one last battle now? Just what kind of state is Chu Feng in? The people in the outside world were all dizzy and dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a ghost. At this point, some people firmly believed that Chu Feng wasn't crippled and that his body was still in good condition. Naturally, there were even more people who believed that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Chu Feng was fighting with his life on the line. Something must have happened to him, and he wouldn't be so lucky next time. If he was intercepted again, he would most likely lose his life. Very soon, a sudden incident diverted everyone's attention and caused a huge commotion among the major powers of the human world. Everyone, be it the East or the West, could no longer remain calm. Of course, the ordinary people didn't know that they were being kept in the dark. At this moment, those who knew the inside story were shocked and terrified because the impact of this matter was too great. The space probe captured a clear image and transmitted it to Earth. It was a vast and majestic island floating from the depths of the starry sky. No one knew when it had arrived, and it was hovering in outer space. As it approached, the image became clearer and clearer. This was an emerald green island full of vitality and could even be considered magnificent. There were wisps of essence energy lingering around the island, and the energy was shockingly high. Through special detection methods, it could be seen that every blade of grass and tree on the island contained exuberant Genesis chi. They were multicolored and shrouded in divine light. How is this possible? Many people were shocked. After the various countries knew about this, it also meant that the corporations and major powers of their own countries also knew about this. It couldn't be hidden from them. That was because capital was king. The domains that the corporations could control were too broad. This is a miracle. The whole world is about to be overturned. Even though the major powers of the various countries knew many secrets, they were still deeply shaken. They knew that the structure of this world was about to be rewritten. This was simply the descent of a legend. Earth was about to enter a completely different era. As the island approached, the scenery on it became clearer and clearer. One could see that there was a majestic mountain tens of thousands of meters tall, with a golden waterfall hanging down from it. Additionally, there was a purple lake with mushroom clouds of energy rising from it. It was truly shocking. What powerful energy! This island looks beautiful like a fairyland, but it contains terrifying energy. The consequences will be unimaginable once it explodes. It was called an island, but it was actually quite large. It was more like a continent that had crossed over from the depths of the cosmos. There were buildings on the island with strange shapes. Some looked like metal spheres, others like Mongolian yurts, and some like temples. However, there was no life on this floating continent. Not a single creature could be seen moving about. In the end, the news was leaked, and even ordinary people knew that a huge divine island had drifted over from the depths of the starry sky. It was approaching Earth and was likely to fall. The signs were becoming more and more obvious. Boom! Finally, at noon the next day, the entire island began to glow. Purple mushroom clouds rose one after the other as the golden waterfall flowed in reverse, emitting a blinding light as it approached the surface. The scene was shocking. It seemed to be accumulating energy and erupting with an unimaginable power. It was as if a sun had exploded in outer space. On this day, the wind and snow on Earth stopped and the hazy sky was torn apart. This was the first time people had seen the sun since the snow calamity, and their moods were all at ease. However, the glaring light that followed made everyone shudder in fear. The satellites in space captured everything and transmitted it back to Earth, allowing many people to witness this process. A legend has arrived. Even the people in charge of the major corporations were shaken and their hearts were trembling. The island was glowing and burning as boundless energy descended in torrents. No one had expected a layer of radiance to pervade the tranquil earth and transform into bizarre characters. They densely covered the sky and blocked the island. In Kunlun, Yellow Cattle was astonished and muttered, "An evolver at the Bodhisattva level in outer space has violated the rules." Boom! However, the final result was that the vast island, which was comparable to a continent, disintegrated in the sky. There were tens of thousands of mushroom clouds with terrifying energy that was enough to destroy the world many times over. Characters and symbols appeared in the sky above Earth. They were calm as they flickered again and again. In the end, the tens of thousands of terrifying mushroom clouds were annihilated by the characters regardless of whether they were golden, purple, or other types of multicolored energy. The enormous island disintegrated and turned into flying ashes. This divine island that was powerful enough to destroy the world was directly burned to ashes and not much was left. What on earth can stop a divine island floating in the depths of the starry sky? At this time, the higher-ups of the major powers were all stunned. The news spread, and many places were boiling with excitement. After the divine island disintegrated and was destroyed, its core was a 10-meter-tall square piece of metal that resembled a Rubik's Cube. It fell down while flickering with luster. It wasn't destroyed and rushed toward the surface of Earth, causing great waves. Many people were staring at it with anticipation and desire. What was that? Boom! There was a great earthquake in the southern sea. Not only was the frozen surface of the sea smashed through and split into pieces, but this area was also completely melted. It was like a meteor had fallen and was about to destroy Earth as it crashed into the vast ocean. On this day, the marine race went crazy. They rushed over from the other sea regions as if they wanted to get close. They all wanted that Rubik's Cube object. Although they didn't know what it was, they had a premonition that it was an extraordinary divine object that might be able to open a legend. Some people guessed that there was an inconceivable object hidden within the metal body, even a living creature. Along the way, the Black Yak and the others stopped from time to time. They were afraid of being intercepted again and worried that Chu Feng's unstable state would cause problems. As such, they took a detour and avoided all possible ambush locations. Only now did they approach Mount Kunlun. Yellow Cattle had already been waiting for a long time. He said as soon as he saw them, "Something big has happened. There's a golden bodhisattva level being involved." He told them that the divine island should have emerged from a crack in the starry sky. The creatures on the continent had no way to participate in the fall of that square metal body into the southern sea. Yellow Cattle decided to join forces with the old Lama and go to the ancient temple in the Himalayas immediately to seek fortunes. The chaos has begun. We have to hurry. Chapter 3:14. For a moment, all the lands were in chaos. The mysterious object from outer space had fallen into the southern sea, but the people on land had no way to enter the ocean. People only knew that the southern sea was in chaos. The overlords of the marine race were fighting each other, all of them wanting to obtain that 10-meter metal object. What is that thing? Be it the east or the west, all the major powers could no longer sit still. Some were worried, while others were envious. However, this had nothing to do with Chu Feng for the time being. They had arrived at Mount Kunlun and were warmly received by the group of great demons as if it was a festival. That was because Chu Feng had not only saved a peerless expert like the Mastiff King, but also the Snow Leopard King and the Horse King during the Battle of Mount Longhu. This was a life-saving grace. Coupled with their previous friendship, the kings of Mount Kunlun were naturally very friendly. "Come, Brother Chu Feng, let's drink. Don't think about those troublesome matters. Even if you degenerate into an ordinary person, I don't care. Now that you've come, you must get to know my daughter. You mustn't miss her again. I'll call her back from the temple in Tibet. She can't just cultivate all the time." The Horse King had drunk too much. He had his arm around Chu Feng's shoulder, and his shiny bald head reeked of alcohol. His enthusiasm was unbearable. The Snow Leopard King also consoled Chu Feng. "Brother, you should recuperate here. When the mist in the depths of Mount Kunlun disperses and the home of myriad gods opens, you might be able to recover there." Now, they had understood that Chu Feng had indeed encountered a serious problem and wasn't faking it. When his body was suffused with black light, the intensity of his energy had fallen below the king level. "The old Lama will be back tomorrow. At that time, we'll go to the Himalayas together to search for a great fortune. I believe we'll definitely be able to help Brother Chu Feng break the curse," said the Tibetan Antelope King. The kings thought that Chu Feng's body was tainted with evil spirits and didn't know the power of the black substance. Some people thought that entering the ancient Buddhist land might be able to suppress and dispel it. "Everyone, rest well. We will leave in a few days," King Mastiff said. He had a lot of prestige here. Chu Feng had saved his life in Mount Longhu. Prince Chung thought that if he went to that ancient temple this time, he must find a way to help Chu Feng solve the crisis. After the banquet was over, Yellow Cattle examined Chu Feng in detail and was also dumbfounded. It was just as Chu Feng had said, that mysterious substance was changing between black and silver. The next day, the old Lama returned with the old lion at his side. He had now been completely subdued and converted to Buddhism. The old lion was once known to be unrivaled and could be ranked within the top 10 experts, but now he was very obedient and became the old Lama's mount. From afar, the old Lama really looked like a golden Luoan. As promised, he cut his wrist and gave some blood to the yellow cattle. However, when the yellow cattle processed the blood of the kings and the old Lama and went to baptize Chu Feng's body, the scene was strange. The blood was burned to ashes before it could even get close. Although I knew the effect wouldn't be great, I didn't expect it to be like this. Yellow Cattle was distressed. He told Chu Feng that the substance in his body was beyond imagination and there was no solution for it at present. "Don't worry, I'll adapt to it slowly," said Chu Feng. He wasn't pessimistic because he would indeed be weakened when the black substance appeared. However, he could recover and even become stronger after the appearance of the silver substance. After coming to Mount Kunlun, he gradually found out some tricks. Perhaps this experience wasn't a bad thing for him. It might even be an opportunity. The black substance was corroding his body and spiritual energy, but from another perspective, it might be tempering him to remove the impurities. The silver substance improved his strength, while the black substance beat him into hell. He was constantly changing between the peaks and troughs. This was a kind of tempering. When the cube-like metal body descended from outer space, the clouds and mists in the sky were torn apart. The sun appeared, but now it was overcast again. However, the heavy snowfall became smaller and only became small snowflakes. This was a great fortune amidst misfortune. Only, no one knew when the sky would clear up again. The constellation vines that had previously appeared in the skies above the great cities were still full of vitality in the wind and snow. They were still alive and didn't fear the cold. Moreover, during this period of time, there were rumors that some people climbed up the vines again and obtained a few strange fist manuals and other things. There are inheritances from outer space above the divine vine. It was unknown when this news began to appear, but it became more and more intense during these 2 days. Moreover, now, it was already confirmed that the rumors weren't groundless. There really were creatures who obtained strange methods. This triggered a huge commotion. What kind of situation is this? Chu Feng was puzzled. He asked the yellow cattle. In reality, the various great powers were also shocked and a bit uneasy. The inheritors of some worlds temporarily can't come over and are currently thinking of ways. They're looking for spokespeople to pass down a few methods and find some people to work for them. Yellow Cattle came to this conclusion. Isn't this going to cause chaos? Chu Feng frowned. Yellow Cattle said, "This world is too tempting." After the ice and snow recede, the famed mountains will recover and all kinds of divine trees will appear. There will definitely be many fruits. Even fairies and divine sons will be jealous. Naturally, They will manifest miracles and use methods to win people over to serve them. Chu Feng was unhappy. There was a problem with his body now. If the famed mountain's sacred trees appeared one after another and filled the branches with fruits, then this really wasn't the right time. Don't worry, everything will be fake if the master can't come over himself. The so-called spokespeople they're looking for won't amount to much. Yellow Cattle was disdainful. Why don't I climb the heavenly stairway and become a spokesperson to swindle some inheritances? Chu Feng laughed. That makes sense. The Black Yak nodded from the side. Yellow Cattle said, what good things can they pass down? The true sect-guarding breathing technique can't be leaked. Don't worry about it. Let's go to that ancient temple. If the thunderous breathing technique really appears, it'll be enough to make the golden bodhisattvas in the outer realms jealous. 2 days later, more accurate news came from the southern seas. The so-called Rubik's Cube seemed to have magical powers. It contained the technique of a large serpent transforming into a flood dragon and many marine race inheritances. That place had become an underwater holy land. At this point, the battle outside the sea became even more intense. All races wanted to obtain a quota and hoped to get close to that place. After hearing the news, Yellow Cattle's expression became solemn. I feel that the metal chunk in the sea is extraordinary. It's even more valuable than the worlds behind the constellation vines. It might really be able to establish a marine race sect and recreate the Earth's holy land. That's incredible. Can we join hands and rush over and snatch that metal chunk? The Black Yak's eyes emitted a thieving glint. Do you have such great ability? Yellow Cattle shot him a glance. That was because, according to Yellow Cattle, the metal chunk could descend and float here from the depths of the starry skies. Demonic sages and golden bodhisattvas had to have paid a great price. This isn't an ordinary place. The ancestors of some supreme orthodoxies had once shed blood here, Yellow Cattle said solemnly. On the third day, another piece of news came from the southern seas and caused a sensation. Some characters appeared on the metal chunk, informing the various races to establish a new order at the bottom of the sea and recreate their ancient glory. The flood dragon race, the human race, the sea god tiger race, the mermaid race, the sea patrolling Yiksha. The images of many major races appeared on the metal chunk. It can't be. The ancestors of these races worked together to produce this metal chunk? Yellow Cattle was shocked out of his wits. Naturally, he hadn't gone to the bottom of the sea and didn't understand the details. It was difficult for him to make a judgment. After the last piece of earth-shattering news from the southern seas, the entities on the continent could no longer sit still. It was said that the metal chunk was translucent and there was a woman within it. She looked like a corpse, but also like she was asleep. She was lying motionlessly within the metal chunk. It can't be, right? Yellow Cattle was shocked out of his wits. Finally, Yellow Cattle, the old llama, the mastiff monarch, and the other great demons of Kunlun set off for the Himalayas in search of great fortunes. Chu Feng stayed behind. After much consideration, the group didn't want him to take the risk. Whether we succeed or not, we should be back within half a month, said Yellow Cattle. Chu Feng also wanted to go, but he didn't force himself in the end. He knew that his body was unstable and would be in great danger if something unexpected happened. The great demons of Mount Kunlun set off hurriedly because they felt the pressure. Be it the inheritance above the constellation vine or the metal chunk at the bottom of the sea, they all felt that the outer realm entities couldn't wait any longer. They were all thinking of ways to seize the initiative, find representatives, and borrow external power to compete for the sacred tree on the famed mountain. The group of great demons of Mount Kunlun set off in secret. They didn't want others to find out. During this period, there were all kinds of rumors in the outside world. For instance, a certain marine race had obtained the ancient bloodline activation method from the metal chunk. There were also rumors that some outer realm entities had appeared in the folded space and were about to charge over. In the following days, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to the outside world. He studied the strange substance in his body and the domain heavenly book. It could be said that Mount Kunlun was the most suitable place to study this heavenly book. That was because there were obvious domains here that could release lightning. Back then, Chu Feng had been tricked into entering by the Woodpecker King and had almost died there. At the same time, there were other domains in the depths of Mount Kunlun. It was a mysterious place shrouded in dense mist. At first, Chu Feng was only feeling things out, but after several days, he actually forgot to eat and sleep and was completely immersed in it. He discovered that he was quite talented in the study of domains. Unknowingly, he had learned the basics and figured out many things. Brother Chu, you're too focused. You really don't have the slightest worry. The Snow Leopard King arrived. He didn't know what to say after seeing Chu Feng fumbling about in the depths of Mount Kunlun and caressing the towering cliffs. That was because 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. It had long since exceeded the half-a-month yellow cattle, the old llama, and the others had said. However, they still hadn't returned. So much time has passed. Chu Feng was shocked out of his wits. Presently, his face was covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. It was as though he had been possessed during this period. He had forgotten everything else and was cut off from the outside world. At this time, Chu Feng was worried. Yellow cattle, the black yak, and the others had left without returning. This wasn't good. This was a terrible situation for Mount Kunlun because there weren't many king-level entities left on the mountain. All of them had gone to the Himalayas. If these people were to disappear and never return, how could Mount Kunlun be defended? It would definitely be divided up, and a new group of masters would be born. What was worse was that the marine race had arrived 2 days later and wanted to enter Mount Kunlun. What's the situation? Even the marine race has attacked Mount Kunlun? Chu Feng was shocked. He felt that he had become muddle-headed during this period. In order to study the domain heavenly book, he had really cut himself off from the outside world. Yes, a group of people has arrived. They might have found out that our Kunlun is empty and that all the experts have left. They've disappeared into the Himalayas. The Snow Leopard sighed. What do we do? There were no experts left on Mount Kunlun. The group of lesser beasts were all flustered. How many marine race troops have arrived? Chu Feng asked. A large group has arrived. The Snow Leopard's expression was solemn. I'll go and see if I can deal with them. Chu Feng said. The group of people on Mount Kunlun revealed odd expressions. They were somewhat helpless because they knew there was something wrong with Chu Feng's body. He was no longer a peerless expert. You guys don't believe me? Help me over. Maybe I can still fight the last battle. Chu Feng said. The group was speechless. Could he really fight? It seemed like he had already fought the last battle twice. Chapter 315. Outside of Mount Kunlun, the number of marine race experts couldn't be considered small. They were densely packed and numbered in the hundreds. Naturally, not all of them were king-level entities. Many of them were small marine race demons, such as shrimp soldiers, crab generals, sea snails, and toads. However, there were over a dozen king-level entities. There were many different species in the ocean, and the competition was fierce. There was no lack of experts. Are there any with arms or legs? Hurry up and come out. A sea snail demon shouted. His race was quite talented. He held a conch shell in his hand and amplified his voice several times. His voice reverberated through the mountains, shaking the rocks and snow off the trees. The majestic Mount Kunlun was majestic and majestic, especially after the upheavals. This place had become even more extraordinary. Each of the mountains was extremely majestic. Where are you from? We only ordered seafood from the south. There are penguins and walruses among you. Don't tell me you came from the north. We want a refund. No, we only want seafood from the southern sea. On the mountain, a small demon with a loud voice was in charge of replying. In front of Mount Kunlun, the group of marine race experts were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Due to the ice and snow on land, they had specially selected some troops suitable for attacking in the snow. Now, after hearing the people of Mount Kunlun ridicule them and treating them as seafood, their expressions became unkind and murderous. They had decided to kill until rivers of blood flowed on Mount Kunlun and not even bones remained. These marine race experts had long since received the news that Mount Kunlun was empty and all the experts had gone to the Himalayas. No matter how secretive they were, the news had still been leaked. That was because Mount Kunlun wasn't the only place with experts eyeing the Himalayas. Back then, the Peacock King and the Golden Crow had also gone there. The marine race had collaborators on land and were extremely well informed. They had already understood the situation thoroughly. However, some of the marine race were overly cautious and wanted to probe further. Otherwise, they would have long since swarmed in and turned this place into a land of death. A group of lowest-level dregs who haven't even taken human form dares to speak nonsense to us. In a while, we'll chop you all into pieces and bathe Mount Kunlun in blood. Let's see which one of you can escape. A sea lion spoke with a gloomy expression. He was over 3 meters tall in human form and carried a pair of giant hammers in his hands. Among the 18 marine race experts, there were 4 with 6 severed shackles. This was an astonishing force. If they weren't worried that there was something strange about Kunlun Mountain, they would have charged in a mountain range a long time ago. They would definitely sweep through this area and kill all the living creatures. I think this place is empty. There aren't any experts here. Just send out a group of people, and they'll be able to slaughter these small fries, said a conger eel. She turned into a woman with a graceful figure and a head of light yellow hair that scattered down. Her oval face was also quite pretty, but her eyes were a bit gloomy and cold. This was a marine race expert with 6 severed shackles. He was also one of the leaders of this expedition. She was extremely powerful. After releasing her aura, the entire snowy mountain began to rumble. It was as if a great avalanche was about to happen. This was the aura of a top-notch king-level expert. After releasing her energy, it was extremely terrifying. The lesser demons of Mount Kunlun were all terrified. Some of them were even paralyzed on the ground, shivering and unable to move. In the end, this was a world where strength spoke. Their realms were too low. All of them were in the awakening realm, far from severed shackles. They were suppressed, as expected of a group of dregs. Even the lowest level birds and beasts dare to provoke us. Throw them all into the iron pot and slowly torture them to death. A sea snake said, hissing and flicking out its tongue. It was brightly colored, feeling that it was beneath it to turn into a human. It moved about in the world of ice and snow, not fearing the bitter cold. It was as if a multicolored train was lying there. The lesser demons on the mountain were even more terrified after seeing such a terrifying giant serpent slithering over from the distant mountains. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Continue shouting. Don't get stage fright. Don't be afraid. Chu Feng arrived and communicated with some of the lesser demons, telling them to continue the empty fort strategy. That was because he was originally in high spirits and wanted to start massacre. In the end, the silver substance had disappeared before he could even reach the mountain gates. His entire body was covered in a layer of black light. This gave Chu Feng a headache. He was so excited just a moment ago, but now his strength was declining rapidly. This truly made him apprehensive. Have you guys forgotten the pain? You were already crying for your mothers and fathers back at Mount Longhu. Now you dare to come here and behave atrociously? Take a look at what this is. A lesser demon was holding a dazzling golden tail. It was hairless and covered in scales. It was emitting a breathtaking aura. This lesser demon was trembling. His legs were trembling and his teeth were chattering. Later on, he couldn't even speak fluently. The sea god tiger's tail. A commotion broke out among the group of people at the foot of the mountain. The sea god tiger was an incomparably powerful race in the ocean. Although they were few in number and only a few had the qualifications to be called that, all members of this race were terrifyingly powerful. They naturally knew about the incident at Mount Longhu. The sea god tiger's tail had caused quite a commotion. Although they noticed that the lesser demon was trembling, they thought it was because he was intimidated by the aura emanating from the tail. They didn't know that the lesser demon was actually afraid of the group of kings at the foot of the mountain. The expressions of the group at the foot of the mountain fluctuated. They all felt that the lesser demons of Mount Kunlun were quite unbridled. How dare they act in such a manner when there were clearly no experts overseeing them? They were worried that the old Lama and the others had returned and were waiting for them to charge in. They're just a bunch of trash, the worst dregs. What's there to worry about? Kill them all. Charge in and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive, the eel said coldly. She was graceful and beautiful, but her eyes were sinister and her beautiful features were somewhat distorted. She waved her hand and said, "Trample Mount Kunlun." Yes, a sea race powerhouse responded. Immediately, a group of people galloped forward, wanting to kill their way into the mountain. On Mount Kunlun, the lesser demons' expressions changed. They were indeed playing the empty fort strategy and didn't have the strength to fight. The only person they could rely on was Chu Feng. They had promised to help him up for the final battle, but in the end, he had almost fallen down again and was still being supported. At this time, Chu Feng's face was both green and black. How could he be so unlucky? At this moment, the black radiance had yet to recede. Especially his forehead, it was a patch of black. This was truly a dark labella. Leopard King, use my bow and arrow to kill that brat at the front, Chu Feng said. Very well. The Snow Leopard King drew Chu Feng's thunderous. An arrow made from a king-level beast Feng glowed brightly and flew out in an astonishing rainbow. Puffed. The leading sea beast didn't even have the time to let out a wretched cry before exploding into pieces. It had been killed in one shot, both in body and soul. Good bow and arrow. The Snow Leopard King sighed in admiration. One had to know that this was a king-level entity with 2 severed shackles. Yet, he had been shot to death just like that. The Marine race members were all stunned. The leader of the small group had been shot to death. This caused the Marine race troops to be thrown into a panic. The others let out odd cries, some fell to the ground, and some immediately turned around to flee. They're just a motley crew. They look like they have a lot of people, but they're actually not that big of a deal, Chu Feng said, trying to boost the morale. However, the people on Mount Kunlun understood that the Marine race experts were not something they could contend against no matter how lacking in courage they were. The difference in strength was too great. Idiots, what are you running for? Shooting arrows like this shows that they're lacking in confidence. If they really had the confidence, they would have opened the mountain gates and let us in. The colorful sea snake said. Like a train, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first few people who had escaped back in one bite, directly eating them. This intimidated everyone, and no one dared to flee in panic anymore. Kill them all. Break through Mount Kunlun and occupy this place. We'll enter the home of myriad gods and become gods together in the future. We'll wipe out all these dregs on the continent. The sea serpent shouted. Let's see who dares. Chu Feng braced himself and stood out. He appeared on the snowy ridge and looked down at the Marine race demons. There was no other way. He wanted to stall for time until the black light in his body receded completely. Then he would start a massacre. Chu Feng. What? He's Chu Feng? He defeated the sea god tiger and killed the octopus king. I heard he single-handedly killed half of our Marine race troops on Mount Longhu. He's a god of death. He's not just a god of death. He's a demon king. He's killed too many experts of our Marine race. The bronze tiger and the Marine people also died in his hands. As expected, the Marine race was thrown into chaos. Apart from the 4 experts with 6 severed shackles, everyone else revealed terrified expressions. Don't be afraid. He's already been crippled. The conger eel calmed everyone down. That's right. According to his character, he would have followed us to the Himalayas long ago if he was healthy. How could he be recuperating here in peace? Kill him. The multicolored sea serpent shouted. His eyes were burning with passion as he ordered everyone to attack. Chi. At this time, a fishbone spear flew towards Chu Feng, breaking through the sound barrier. It was a terrifying sight as it aimed straight for his head. Swoosh! Chu Feng evaded. His agility was not as good as before, and he almost fell to the ground, staining himself with snow. Let's go. The Snow Leopard King supported him as they fled into the mountains. That was because Chu Feng had buried 4 dragon-locking pillars along the way and laid down a ghostly labyrinth, waiting for these people to fall into his trap. The lesser demons of Mount Kunlun followed suit and fled into the mountains. The ghostly labyrinth was indeed effective, but unfortunately, it could only trap a portion of them. As for the sea serpent, the conger eel, and the sea lion, they all followed behind and did not charge forward. Previously, they didn't charge in because they were worried that Mount Kunlun was strange and had domains. Chu Feng's group fled towards another domain area, the Gates of Hell. Lightning could appear in this area and could kill king-level entities. Affected by the ghostly labyrinth, the people behind became increasingly apprehensive and slowed down their pursuit. Moreover, they began to follow their footsteps cautiously. Oh no! The Snow Leopard King felt a headache coming on. No matter, it's about time. Let me down, said Chu Feng. He had already bought enough time for himself, and his body was starting to take a turn for the better. Haha, why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up all hope? The sea lion laughed loudly. His 3-meter-tall body was like an iron tower. The conger eel, as a woman, was originally very beautiful, but now she was extremely gloomy. Chu Feng, to think you'd have such a day. You've actually become a cripple. What do you say if I cut off your limbs and turn you into a human stick before parading you through the streets? She was filled with hatred and wanted to use all kinds of vicious methods to humiliate Chu Feng. If he were to really fall into her hands, he would be destined to live a life worse than death. Have I offended you before? Chu Feng was astonished. Let me remind you that you've killed a marine race expert in Shantian, said the conger eel. Oh, I've killed a conger eel who called himself the White Dragon. At that time, he was together with people from the Preaching Research Institute. Don't tell me he's your relative? Chu Feng smiled. He was happy to delay for a while longer. Roar! Heather roared loudly, causing the earth and mountains to shake violently. Snow waves surged up like an avalanche. The scene was terrifying. The most important thing was that his body was too big. He looked down at everyone, especially Chu Feng. How laughable. You've actually become a small fry. You're so weak that you can't even stand up to the wind. Today, I'll slowly torture you. What's the point of cutting off your limbs? I'll just cook your limbs. At this time, the marine race's troops rushed over. All of them were very excited as they stared at Chu Feng. This was the legendary killing god, the great demon king. Now, he was actually crippled and trapped here. If they could really tear off a piece of flesh from his body, it would be a shocking topic of conversation when they returned to the sea. All right, don't retreat. Leave everything here to me, Chu Feng said to the group of small demons. That was because the group of small demons was now scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and all of them were in despair. Give me a hand. My body is still a little weak, Chu Feng said to a small demon beside him. That small demon was already crying. How could he fight in such a state? He couldn't even stand steadily, as if his kidneys were weak. Haha! The marine races group was laughing loudly. Be it the top-grade kings or the ordinary small demons, all of them wore mocking expressions. They were incomparably happy and exceptionally excited to see the legendary Demon King Chu in such an embarrassing state. Trash, small fry. You better roll over here. The sea serpent sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a tongue that was over 10 meters long. It was absolutely terrifying. Silver light flowed over Chu Feng's skin. He was no longer worried at all. He said with a faint smile, "Who are you calling small fry? You're clearly all seafood. Grilled eel, garlic scallops, scallion fried, sea cucumber, braised Australian lobster. I'm already drooling." When the Snow Leopard King saw him like this, he knew what was going on and was completely relieved. "Roll over here," the eel shouted. "Roll over here and accept your death." The other marine race members were also shouting and making fun of him. "Ah, seafood feast. You're so eager for me to kill you. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Chu Feng moved. His whole body erupted with silver light. Boom! The snow-covered ground exploded as he rushed over. It was simply terrifying. He had almost reached 6 times the speed of sound and was even more powerful than his normal state. Ah! The sea lion was the first to cry out. He bore the brunt of the attack and was blasted into pieces by Chu Feng's fist. At the same time, Chu Feng's body moved horizontally and his legs swept out like a pair of scissors. With a puff, the eel cried out in horror as her body was cut in half and she rolled on the ground. Thump! The moment Chu Feng landed on the ground, he cut off her neck with one palm strike. "Oh God, run!" someone cried out. Many people realized that Demon King Chu had returned. He wasn't crippled, but was just pretending. "You shady bastard! You're too shameless!" The sea serpent roared and fled with a swoosh. The other marine race members were also terrified. In just a short moment, 2 experts with 6 severed shackles had died. How could they not be terrified? All of them fled for their lives. Everyone felt that Chu Feng's body was fine and that everything was just an act. But how could they escape? The moment Chu Feng's flying sword shot out, it simply swept through everything in its path. A beam of scarlet light soared up and swept through everything in front of them. All the sea creatures revealed their true forms because they had all been killed. Boom! Chu Feng soared into the air and chased after the sea serpent. Amidst the blinding light, the rainbow-colored serpent, which was as large as a train, had its head torn off by Chu Feng. Its corpse fell to the snow-covered ground with a loud rumble. Try to run. Chu Feng saw Scallop. It was the last expert with 6 severed shackles. It wanted to run away with the crowd. Boom! It had long since been targeted by Chu Feng. The impact of 6 times the speed of sound directly pierced through it and killed it. Puff! As the flying knife soared up, there were hundreds of corpses in the area. This was a massacre that shocked the demons of Mount Kunlun. Chu Feng was worried that his realm would drop at any moment. Hence, he held nothing back and went all out. He wanted nothing more than to kill all the marine race invaders. As such, the scene of carnage frightened the lesser demons of Mount Kunlun. Demon King Chu's display of might and his so-called final battle wasn't just for show. In the end, he killed all the marine race members. Not a single one escaped. Will the marine race go crazy? The Snow Leopard King's expression was odd. When the experts in the sea found out about this, they would probably jump up and down in anger. Even the lesser demons of Mount Kunlun believed that Chu Feng wasn't crippled and that everything was just an act. Chapter 3:16. In this world of ice and snow, the outside world was not calm at all. On the contrary, it was so heated that everyone was dumbfounded. That was because countless people were discussing a certain matter. Had Chu Feng been crippled? Many people were certain that there was absolutely nothing wrong with him, and that everything was just an act. Chu Feng, you're so lacking in morals. How many heroes of our marine race have died? Because of you, you've killed them all in a moment of carelessness. The marine race was in an uproar. Many people were so angry that they went crazy. They broke through the layers of ice in the sea and stirred up huge waves. Some satellites had captured a terrifying scene. Large numbers of marine race experts had gathered near the estuary of the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. Some marine race experts were roaring on land and listing Chu Feng's crimes. They were heinous and deserved to die 10,000 times over. The most shameless one in the world, the #1 despicable human expert Chu Feng, you will die a horrible death. A portion of the oceanic race's troops were about to go crazy from anger. They had never seen such a shameless person. His body was clearly stronger than a flood dragon's, but he still said that he was crippled and lured his opponents to death. Again and again, he had deliberately buried mines and was waiting for the marine race to jump in. This was too obvious. Even the people on land were speechless. Everyone felt that Chu Feng was too two-faced. He was clearly tricking them, and a big one at that. This time, the marine race is really miserable. Among the hundreds of troops, 18 king-level entities have died, and 4 of them were experts with 6 severed shackles. Add to that the bronze tiger, marine man, and strange fish king from before, Chu Feng has eliminated a powerful marine race force in just a few days. The people in the outside world were also discussing this matter. They all felt that Chu Feng was too good at disguising and had deceived everyone. Within Shuntian, the hollow jade temple master was rubbing his temples. He was feeling a headache. The Eight Visions temple master was also speechless. It was too strange. According to the heavenly master's letter, the appearance of the black substance should have crippled all those who had been corroded. Chu Feng, you are really good at acting. In the end, you dealt with so many experts of the oceanic species as if you were cutting vegetables. I think that group of people in the sea must be furious. Even the white crane from the Shushan Sword Palace was teasing him, as expected of someone who acted in Demon Ox the Great Sage. His acting this time was too good. Even we were fooled. Chu Feng, you're shameless. If you have the guts, come fight me fair and square. You're too shameless. What kind of ability is this? The ocean race clamored. Because of the disastrous losses, the relatives and friends of the experts involved were all trembling with anger. Of course, the ones who felt the most sullen and angry were the sea race's organizers, as well as the people in charge of gathering intelligence and mobilizing the sea race to go ashore. They felt that they had been played miserably this time. The marine race had suffered such a great loss, and they had no way of explaining this to the giants of the deep sea. Each and every one of them was so angry that they wanted to swallow Chu Feng whole. He clearly has the strength of a peerless king-level expert, but he still has to be so despicable. I really want to hack him into pieces. Some people of the marine race were furious. Some people denounced Chu Feng and challenged him to a fight at the seaside. They wanted to fight him fair and square to the death. Those who were watching the liveliness didn't mind the matter getting bigger. All sorts of jeers rang out. Of course, there were also many people who ridiculed the marine race, saying that they could go to Mount Kunlun to fight. Chu Feng stood out at a timely moment. He felt that he was very innocent, so he stood out to express his feelings. He posted on his personal media platform that he hadn't used for a long time. You've wrongly accused a good person. I'm really just forcing myself to fight the last battle. At this juncture, he said such words with an innocent expression. The marine race couldn't bear it and wanted to bite him to death. Wrongly accused? Even the heroes of the continent were speechless. Could they be any more serious? Chu Feng, we're irreconcilable enemies with you. Wait until all the marine race tribes have received the inheritance of the Rubik's Cube. The big shots will eventually come ashore to kill you. Demon King Chu, an executioner like you has the nerve to say that you've been wrongly accused. Can you be any more shameless? How many times have you said that this is the last battle? The marine race rebuked, cursed, and cursed, but they couldn't vent the anger in their hearts. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person who would act so helplessly after swindling others. There was no one else like him. I feel that I really can't fight anymore. This should be the true last battle. Chu Feng replied diligently. Go to hell. The marine race cursed in unison. They wouldn't believe him no matter what. Many people on the continent were also cursing in secret. This was too excessive and shameless. Wouldn't this infuriate the marine race to death? On Mount Kunlun, the fragrance of meat assailed the nostrils. Both the great and minor demons were gorging themselves on all kinds of seafood and drinking some aged wine. The group felt extremely comfortable. Within the room, Chu Feng was eating seafood hot pot with the Snow Leopard King. He said while eating, they don't believe the truth. Look, I've told the marine race the truth, and they're still cursing me. I don't think they'll dare come again. The Snow Leopard King's expression was odd. Not to mention outsiders. Even he and the group of minor demons from Mount Kunlun didn't believe that there was something wrong with Chu Feng's body. Let it be, the marine race won't fall for it. Don't try so hard to swindle them. If you really force them into a corner and they go all out to invite the Elder Dragon King of the Southern Sea, something big will happen. Chu Feng was speechless. How come even the people around him didn't believe him? In truth, he soon received calls from his parents, the Wudong Grandmaster, and the Clairvoyant. All of them scolded him for being too good at acting and worrying for nothing. Chu Feng was dumbfounded and cried out. He was speaking the truth. Who would believe that? Jiang Luoshan even called him to express her disdain. Mount Kunlun was completely silent. No one from the outside world dared to come and investigate. News of the old lama's expedition to the ancient temple had been leaked. Some people felt that something big had happened to Mount Kunlun, and they might even change owners. Now, it seemed that the mountain was still impregnable. Even if the great demons of Mount Kunlun couldn't return, no one would dare to provoke Mount Kunlun with Demon King Chu overseeing it. In truth, there were many rumors in the outside world that the old Lama and the Mastiff King had met with an accident and had died in the Himalayas. That was because they had yet to return after more than 20 days. In truth, Chu Feng was also anxious. He was worried that something had happened to Yellow Cattle and the others. This won't do. I must go and take a look. Perhaps I can rescue them. He wanted to rush to the ancient temple in the Himalayas. Chu Feng was studying the domain Heavenly Book amidst the ice and snow. A large number of tadpole characters were engraved in his mind. Afterward, he walked around Mount Kunlun and borrowed the geography to study domains and comprehend the various ghostly drawings in the mysterious ancient book. In truth, this was how he had been during the past 20 days. It was as if he had been possessed. He had gained some insights into the study of domains and had studied many symbols thoroughly. At this time, he had arrived at the gate of hell, where the lightning domain was located. He measured the land inch by inch and studied it in detail once again. That was because he wanted to rescue Yellow Cattle and the others. That place was quite special. There were domains and thunderous sounds. It was likely that it involved a large number of lightning symbols. As such, Chu Feng was studying the Gate of Hell on Mount Kunlun. This area gave him a great deal of inspiration. After all, it was a ready-made domain, and it was easy to reverse engineer it. He found some strange symbols on the rocks and underground soil in this area. At the same time, there was a copper pillar entwined in chains. It could be placed deep underground and change the strength of the geomagnetic field, causing the lightning to become extremely terrifying. Chu Feng had explored this copper pillar hundreds and thousands of times. The vein patterns on it had almost been thoroughly studied by him. The next day, Chu Feng decided to set out immediately. This matter couldn't be delayed. Yellow Cattle, the old Lama, and the Mastiff King had left for so many days. Something might have really happened. Chu Feng's current strength fluctuated wildly. It wasn't easy for him to set foot in dangerous places, but he had no other choice. He was anxious and wanted to save people. At the same time, he had to rely on his domain techniques and not his own combat strength. This was a completely new challenge, and he had no confidence at all. Snow Leopard King, send me off. Chu Feng had long since discussed this matter with the Snow Leopard King. The two were about to set out. Your body is really... Only in the end did the Snow Leopard King believe that there was something wrong with Chu Feng's body. It's fine, let's go, said Chu Feng. With their departure, Mount Kunlun was truly empty. However, Chu Feng had slaughtered his way here and killed so many marine race experts in one battle. No one dared to provoke him in the short term. In the eyes of outsiders, Chu Feng was a swindler who was opening up his pockets and waiting for his enemies to enter. This time, Chu Feng and the Snow Leopard King moved out. They paid great attention to secrecy and were afraid that news would leak out and cause unforeseen events. The Snow Leopard King transformed into his true form and ran through the ice and snow. He carried Chu Feng over the mountains and ridges as though it were flat ground. He was born in the western region and understood the terrain too well. He could run even with his eyes closed. After the upheavals, the distance between Mount Kunlun and the Himalayas had lengthened. Moreover, there were countless mountains on the way, and the snowy terrain was difficult to traverse. However, the Snow Leopard King still arrived on this night. If it was an ordinary beast traveling in this kind of weather, it would have probably fallen into the ice holes and fallen off the cliff many times along the way. The Snow Leopard King was too familiar with the terrain here. Everything went smoothly. The Snow Leopard King unfurled a piece of beast skin. On it were the coordinates left behind by the various kings of Mount Kunlun. A while ago, the group of great demons had already sent people to scout out the location before they moved. The Himalayas were majestic and extremely tall. Previously, there was already the highest peak here, and now it was even more unimaginable. After the upheavals, The snowy mountains here pierced the sky and were filled with snowy mist. One couldn't even see the summit from a foot of the mountain. It was as though it was connected to the outer realms. It should be in the vicinity. The Snow Leopard King had already transformed into his human form. He was a little worried about Chu Feng's body and asked if he wanted a rest. No need. Chu Feng shook his head. Moreover, he personally drew his bow and shot an arrow into the snowy mountains. This was a very meticulous move because he was using the thunderous breathing technique to make the bow resonate with him. When the arrow flew out, it emitted a thunderous sound. Boom! Within the mountain range, there was a thunderous response and a great avalanche. At the same time, there was also the majestic sound of a bell, vigorous and heavy. Chu Feng and the Snow Leopard King saw the Buddhist light. It was extremely bright in the night as it spread out from the mountain range. Clang! The resounding sound of the golden bell was like a warning to the world, cleansing one's mind. The Buddhist light enveloped many great snowy mountains. This place is really amazing. Chu Feng was astonished. Very soon, they arrived and saw an ancient temple buried in ice and snow. But after the Buddhist light shone, a corner of it was revealed. They saw the mottled traces of time and also a bronze plaque. Clang! After arriving here, the bell rang once again, causing Chu Feng's whole body to tremble. His joints crackled as if he was being purified. Chapter 317. A deity's ritual ground. After the bell waves disappeared, the light here grew dim. Chu Feng didn't act rashly. His bones were creaking incessantly when the faint golden Buddhist radiance surged, as if they were being hammered. His body was resonating with them. As for the snow leopard, his body was convulsing and his face was pale. The Buddhist energy seemed to be a natural counter to the otherworldlings. The Himalayas were very cold at night, so cold that it was bone-chilling. Snowflakes drifted down from the dark sky, accompanied by the whistling of the cold wind. It sounded like the roars of wild dragons and the howls of tigers. Only a corner of the ancient temple was exposed. It was built with black stones that had been eroded and hammered by the passage of time. Who knew how many years it had been here? It said that it has a history of at least 6,000 or 7,000 years, said the snow leopard. Back then, during the Great War between the East and the West, the Peacock King and the Golden Crow had chased after the ancient yoga master family from India and discovered this place. The two top-notch bird kings wanted to kill their way in, but were heavily injured. In the end, they took away a few bricks and stones and asked specialists to examine them. They concluded that this place had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The bones in Chu Feng's body no longer creaked. He cautiously walked forward and began to clean up the accumulated snow while observing the area. Even though the entire ancient temple had appeared before the historical records and its productivity was very backward, it wasn't small at all. On the contrary, it was quite grand. Chu Feng and the snow leopard were quite astonished. The dark temple appeared solemn and dignified, emanating a majestic aura even at night. There were no words on the bronze board, only a Bodhi tree. In Buddhism, this was the tree of wisdom. It was also known as the tree of enlightenment because the Buddhas had achieved great enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Words didn't appear during that period, right? Asked the snow leopard. Chu Feng shook his head. There's a gap in history. Many things can't be said accurately. During this process, neither he nor the Snow Leopard King used the energy within their bodies. That was because they had discovered that any careless movements would cause the ancient temple to resonate and emit Buddhist radiance. If this ancient temple had been discovered before the upheaval and those scientists learned of it, it would have been a huge piece of news. It would have been studied repeatedly. Although Chu Feng was surprised, he wasn't too shocked or confused. Even a beast could speak, so what else was impossible? How worrisome. The Snow Leopard King sighed. The old llama and the others had disappeared for more than 20 days and had yet to come out. It was really worrying. Chu Feng also frowned. After arriving here, he did not hear any movement at all. The ancient temple was so quiet that it was hard not to have bad associations. The temple was huge, but if there were people inside, there shouldn't be no sound at all. It was too quiet, like a lifeless area. The door of the temple was tightly shut. It was made of Bodhi wood wrapped in bronze. In some places, the bronze had fallen off, but the exposed wood had not rotted. After clearing the wind and snow, Chu Feng repeatedly measured the nearby area and studied the terrain. The results were unquestionable. The geomagnetic field here was very abnormal. Sometimes it was frighteningly high, and sometimes it was very low. A natural domain only needs to be slightly set up to absorb the free energy particles between heaven and earth and form all kinds of unfathomable scenes. Chu Feng had recently studied the domain Heavenly Book and had reached the beginner level. He was extremely talented in this field, even more so than those who had walked the path of evolution. His current foundation wasn't weak, and it could even be said that his insight was unique. Although he couldn't see through the details of this place, he was still able to figure out a thing or two. At this time, it was already deep into the night. There was still some faint light on the snowy ground. "I'll go in and take a look." "You wait here," said Chu Feng. He wanted to go in alone and walk toward the door of the ancient temple. The Snow Leopard King followed him and said, "No, there's something wrong with your body. I'll go in with you. At least we can look after each other." Chu Feng shook his head. "Whether or not we can charge and safely isn't a matter of strength. The old Lama's cultivation is so high, but he still hasn't come out. There's no point in you taking the risk with me." The wooden door wrapped in bronze was pushed open. The creaking sound was somewhat special in the cold wind. It was as though it had broken the deathly stillness of the snowy mountain. Strands of faint golden light flowed out from the crack of the door. This was somewhat miraculous. There was actually light seeping out from the temple in the darkness outside. Chu Feng didn't dare to use his energy because he had already experienced it before. The bell waves would shake one's body and spirit. Ordinary people would find it difficult to endure. He pushed with all his might, and the door opened completely. The inside was filled with light like a faint golden sun. It was sacred and tranquil. Chu Feng was astonished. The interior of the ancient temple was like a completely different world. It was suffused with auspicious splendor, and there were dried-up springs and withered Bodhi trees. There were also fallen broken bronze bells, broken alms bowls, broken demon vanquishing pestles, and so on. There was no ice or snow here, and it was as warm as spring. It was like a different world and somewhat divine. It was just that the scenery was dilapidated and dilapidated. In summary, this place was like a piece of ruins. It was dilapidated and silent, but it was also bright. It was like a place of worship abandoned by the gods. The Snow Leopard King also followed in and revealed a shocked expression. From the outside, this ancient temple was sealed and dark. There were no courtyard walls, and one couldn't see the courtyard. Behind the door was a hall, but after entering, it was a different world. It was very warm here and wasn't cold at all. There was no wind or snow, and when he raised his head to look at the sky, it was also a faint golden color. "Enchantment," Chu Feng said. There was a heavenly passage within the ancient temple. It was a different world, and this place was isolated from the outside world. Here, the Snow Leopard King couldn't help but tremble. The power of the Buddhist sect was still very obvious when it came to suppressing beasts. Although it was divine, it was also terrifying. Chu Feng was still fine. Although he also felt the formless pressure, it wasn't like the Snow Leopard King. "If you can't do it, you can go out first. I'll go find them myself," Chu Feng said. He could see that the Snow Leopard King wasn't in a good state. His body was tense, and he was about to reveal his true form. Hong, as the Snow Leopard King struggled, the pressure became greater and greater. In the end, the bell rang again. He was covered in sweat and was about to collapse on the spot. Wong. At the critical moment, Chu Feng's back glowed. It was precisely that sonic bow. The gentle radiance spread out from within and enveloped Chu Feng. At the same time, it also enveloped the Snow Leopard King, calming him down. This shocked the two of them. They looked at each other in dismay. Although the bow was extraordinary, it wasn't a god-killing weapon. They didn't expect it to be so useful here. The energy of the Buddhist sect is gentle towards those who have Buddhist items. It doesn't suppress them, Chu Feng said. This could only be the reason. Forget it, I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside. A Buddhist item might not be able to protect the two of us, the Snow Leopard King said. He was afraid that he would drag Chu Feng down. Stay further away from here. I'll be careful of any changes. Chu Feng reminded him. Okay. The Snow Leopard King turned around and left. As he left, the bell stopped ringing. Chu Feng walked in. This place was bright and peaceful. If it wasn't for the broken walls, rubble, and broken items, it would really look like a celestial paradise. After walking for 300 meters, there was an ancient wooden fish on the ground. However, it had long been broken into pieces. The stone Buddha was black, as if it had been soaked in blood. This place was a little different. There was a strange aura about it. Chu Feng's heart trembled. He started to be careful. Back then, this old temple had been abandoned. Maybe there was some dangerous secret. Gotcha. After arriving here, when Chu Feng took another step, lightning suddenly appeared. They interweaved in the air and crackled, causing him to stumble. Luckily, this wasn't a fatal attack. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He retreated. In the end, this place became quiet again. He started to observe every inch of the land and study the ruins that were rippling with Buddhist light. The ground was cracked and the tiles were like metal. The broken walls were emitting wisps of hazy smoke. The ground was full of potholes and there were some black magnetic stones under the ruins. Some of them were buried underground and some were exposed, but they were all broken. Chu Feng's heart was shaken. He crouched down and studied these stones in detail. They might be materials for deploying domains. Some of the magnetic stones were black, while others were shiny. There were patterns on them, but it was unknown what kind of power had damaged them. The patterns were broken and destroyed. He walked around in a circle and found that there were dozens of magnetic stones under the earth. Only one of them could be considered intact, and the others were beyond recognition. Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. This meant that the domains here weren't even a tenth of the original, but they could still be filled with lightning and mysterious energy. How terrifying was this? That's not right either. The more magnetic stones there are, the more powerful their combined energy will be. The domains here are insignificant compared to before. Chu Feng's heart was shaken. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene this place would be like when all the magnetic stones were intact. He took a deep breath and took a step forward once again. Crackling sounds rang out as lightning struck down, causing Chu Feng's body to sway and scorch marks to appear on his body. He moved quickly and used the things he had learned from the domain Heavenly Book to search for a way out. As expected, he found the right path after taking a few more lightning strikes. He took a few turns in the ruins and walked forward in a roundabout manner. He was no longer struck by lightning after walking for half a kilometer, but his expression changed when he arrived at the front. The sound of thunder was deafening and rumbling. There were tattered golden arhats and benevolent stone bodhisattvas floating several meters above the ground. It was quite odd as they were completely motionless. The sounds of thunder and Buddhist light interweaved within the ruins. It was a terrifying sight. A battle took place here in the past. The Buddhist sect abandoned this place. Chu Feng revealed a serious expression. There were still some remnants of the domains here. They absorbed the energy of the heaven and earth and allowed various objects to float in the air. At the same time, this place was becoming increasingly dangerous. He observed the terrain and found that the nearby areas were also full of potholes. The strange soil and jet black stones were all in tatters, but they could still form domains. Chu Feng believed that this place must have been prosperous in the past with Buddhist light illuminating the mountains and valleys. That was because if this place was intact, the power of domains would be unimaginable. He studied this place for a long time before finally taking a step forward. With a boom, a bolt of lightning descended and sent Chu Feng flying, almost piercing through his body. His expression changed. This kind of remnant domain was insignificant compared to the past, but it could actually be fatal. Fortunately, the thunderous on his back emitted a gentle light, which helped him dissolve a portion of the Buddhist energy. Otherwise, a bloody hole might have appeared in his body. The moment he landed, Chu Feng became even more cautious. He carefully deduced and searched for a path to survival. The old llama has a monastic robe on him. That's no ordinary item. Yellow Cattle said the old llama had gone to Tibet in search of a legendary Buddhist weapon. Perhaps that's why they were able to reach the depths of these ruins. Chu Feng believed that those people weren't in danger here. They were protected by Buddhist weapons just like him. The thunderous rumbles continued to ring out incessantly beside Chu Feng. He walked carefully and was endlessly astonished by the layout of the domains here. It would have been difficult for him to move an inch if it wasn't for the severe damage and the fact that there were no more than 100 domain runes left. If there were 2 or 3 intact magnetic stones, the power here would have been several times stronger. King-level entities would have been turned to ashes upon entering. Chu Feng studied and pondered as he walked. He was full of praise and almost obsessed. This place was too extraordinary. He kept on memorizing the layout and the various broken runes. He had to go back and verify the contents of the domain heavenly book. Unknowingly, he had walked 5 kilometers and was struck by lightning along the way. At the worst, he was almost struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Fortunately, the thunderous helped him resolve the calamity. Just understanding domains isn't enough. I also need a Buddhist token. Otherwise, even though this place is broken, it's still a hopeless situation for the current king-level entities. They'll die without a doubt if they enter rashly. There were countless dangers along the way after walking 5 kilometers. Chu Feng calculated carefully and found that he would have died more than 10 times if he didn't have the big bow in hand. He finally reached the end of the 5-kilometer Buddhist Pure Land. There were clusters of Buddhist radiance in this area. It was as though lumps of bright flames were dancing and burning. He could vaguely see some familiar faces in the ruins. They were all lying in disarray amidst the rubble and broken Buddhist statues. However, the Buddhist radiance was too intense, and he couldn't see them clearly. He could only make out a rough outline. He had really found them. Chu Feng's heart sank. Were these people still alive? Following which, his expression changed greatly as he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the ruins. The golden light was exceptionally dazzling and resplendent. That was a golden bodhisattva. He could vaguely smell a fragrance. Was it the aura of a flawless physical body and a sage Buddha? There was an incomparably thick Bodhi tree there, and that person was sitting cross-legged under it. At the same time, there was another person beside him. He was clad in armor and seemed even more powerful than the bodhisattva. The pressure he exerted caused the void to crack. The most alarming thing was that the armored man was holding a spear and had actually pierced through the golden body. It was as though a demonic sage had descended here. Meanwhile, the golden bodhisattva pointed at the demonic sage's forehead. Although he was sitting cross-legged, the Buddhist radiance he emitted turned into finger marks that had already touched the man's forehead. This place was very sacred, but Chu Feng's body stiffened. Just what kind of place had he arrived at? For the fastest and most accurate novel reading, please visit. Chapter 3:18. A bodhisattva was sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, his body emitting a sweet fragrance. A demonic sage had descended there. This was too strange. Chu Feng's mind was shaken. He could feel an astonishing aura blotting out the sky and covering the earth from the opposite side. It was too much for him to bear. If he hadn't carved a symbol on the ground at the critical moment, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand still. This was a domain technique. The ineffable aura he was enduring was channeled into his feet. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the Buddhist Pure Land and was able to resist the pressure. On the other side, the Bodhi tree was so thick that even 6 or 7 people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Unfortunately, it had long since withered without a single leaf, and even its branches were rotting. In the past, this was most likely a divine tree. However, it had been enduring an ineffable power all this time and had become incomparably weak. One could see that some of its branches had rotted and broken off. How could this be? Chu Feng observed that the golden bodhisattva and the demonic saint were motionless. It was as if a picture had been fixed there. The terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. If not for the symbol under his feet, he would have been suppressed to the ground. At the thought of this, he glanced at the nearby great demons of Mount Kunlun lying on the ground. Could it be that they were all suppressed like this? Was their lives in danger? Chu Feng was somewhat anxious, but forced himself to calm down. That was because he knew that such a long time had passed. If there was any danger, everything should have happened by now. Chu Feng strode forward, carving symbols on the ground with every step. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the ineffable aura. The source was naturally the bodhisattva and the demonic sage. Along the way, clusters of bright flames danced about. Those were Buddhist lights, but they were burning like bonfires. Very soon, Chu Feng was astonished. When he came closer, he saw clusters of Buddhist light. What on earth were they? They were sparkling and translucent granules, so tiny that they couldn't be seen. They were burning and hadn't extinguished even after thousands of years. Could this be a Sarira? There had been relics that had exploded and scattered everywhere, turning into Buddhist lights and flames. After a long time, there were still some remnants of these relics that hadn't been extinguished. This was simply a bit terrifying. Back then, just how powerful was the complete Sarira? Even a trace of the remnant could form such astonishing energy. This was just too shocking. Chu Feng sensed carefully. He had already sensed that most of the energy in the Buddhist ruins was supplied by the Buddhist relics left behind and was diffusing out. Fortunately, its energy was very peaceful and not accompanied by killing intent. Otherwise, this place might have turned into a dangerous place. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He had truly experienced how terrifying the ancient evolvers were. Compared to them, the difference in strength was too great. He stared at the clusters of Buddhist lights. There seemed to be an old monk with a golden body sitting cross-legged in the flames. It was very blurry. Golden Arhut. Chu Feng guessed that this relic belonged to a golden Arhut and not a bodhisattva. For an Arhut relic to be like this really made him feel a sense of powerlessness. He thought of Yellow Cattle's words. The so-called carefree realm cultivator could only be considered a small demon in the star world, where the energy intensity was higher. There must have been a great battle here in the past. Finally approaching, Chu Feng saw the Horse King. Now, it had transformed into a Fergana horse. Its whole body was scarlet without a single strand of mixed hair. However, its figure wasn't very exaggerated and was only 2 heads taller than an ordinary horse. At the same time, he saw a sparkling and translucent spider that resembled jade. He knew this was the Pan King. It was as big as a human head and not as big as he had imagined. Next, he saw a black bear that was 3 meters tall. This should be Xiong Kuan's grandfather, the old Black Bear King. They've all transformed into their true forms. Chu Feng frowned. After arriving, he crouched down and found that they were still breathing. They weren't dead, but had fainted and fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, their bodies were empty and had lost all energy. A bad premonition emerged in Chu Feng's heart. Could it be that these demon kings have been beaten into their true forms and their realms have been reduced to ordinary birds and beasts? This made his heart sink and gave him a headache. That was because, after careful examination, he found that the bodies of the kings were truly lacking energy. They were completely dried up and no different from ordinary beasts. Yellow Cattle. Chu Feng finally saw the Yellow Cattle. The little fellow was the same. It was no longer in human form and was over a meter long. Its whole body was golden, and its fur was smooth and supple as if it was cast from gold. Yellow Cattle's breathing was steady, and it wouldn't wake up no matter how much he shook it. Moreover, there was not a trace of energy in its body, and its spirit was also very weak. It was no different from ordinary beasts. Chu Feng's heart turned cold. He looked at the demon king's true forms all over the ground, and then at the bodhisattva and demonic sage under the withered Bodhi tree in the distance. They were not moving at all. Soon after, he saw the Mastiff King. This was a well-built Tibetan Mastiff with shiny fur. Its symptoms were the same as the others. It had been beaten into an ordinary beast state. There were birds and beasts all over the ground, lying among the rubble and lying on the ruins. All of them had revealed their true forms and could no longer maintain their human forms. There was only one exception, the old llama. That was because his true form was a human. He sat there cross-legged in a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His body was withered and his skin was loose. His eyes were closed and he was motionless. As a senior Buddhist monk, the old lama had also been affected. Although he was still breathing, his supposedly invincible energy had completely vanished. He had also been beaten back to his original form and degenerated. His abilities had completely vanished. Beside him, a majestic lion laid there, not moving at all. What's going on? Chu Feng's heart sank as an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Could it be that the illustrious kings of Mount Kunlun had all been crippled? This was truly terrible. Not a single one of them was awake, and not a single one of them had retained a powerful evolutionary energy. Old Black, Brother Tiger, wake up! Chu Feng arrived in front of the black yak and shook his body. He then patted the Manchurian tiger's head, following which he kicked the Donkey King a few more times. At this point, he had reverted to his true form, an ordinary donkey. Unfortunately, they were all motionless. It was useless even if he lifted them up and smashed them. They simply wouldn't wake up. Similarly, Chu Feng extended his spiritual energy into their bodies to summon them, but it was also useless. His head was about to explode. What was going on with so many demon kings? Chu Feng got up and looked at the Bodhi tree in front of him. Perhaps the root of everything was there. He strode forward with the thunderous on his back and the diamond chakram in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, his eyes went wide and his body went rigid. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. An astonishing transformation was taking place in front of him. It was as though the heavens and earth were being split apart. The Bodhi tree was so large that it would take 6 or 7 people to wrap their arms around it. It had originally rotted and died, but now it was sprouting with vitality and overflowing with green radiance. Additionally, a Buddhist light appeared on the Bodhi tree and illuminated all directions. Golden radiance shot out from the green leaves in all directions. What was going on? Chu Feng's state of mind fluctuated violently. He was unable to shift his eyes away. Between the branches and leaves, ancient books appeared one after another, their pages automatically flipping with a crashing sound, following which the deafening sound of scriptures caused his spirit to surge. He wanted to connect with the ancient tree. Is this a mysterious breathing technique? His eyes were somewhat spirited as he stared at the ancient tree. Soon after, he fell into a daze. His entire spirit was about to merge with the ancient tree. No, my physical and spiritual energy are about to be sucked dry. They're about to enter the ancient tree. In his daze, Chu Feng recalled the symptoms of yellow cattle and the old llama. He quickly forced himself to break free from the suction force and break free from the vortex of Buddhist light. No, he shouted. However, a golden vortex of Buddhist light surged over and swallowed him up. Little Feng, wake up! Indistinctly, he heard a voice calling out to him. It was very anxious and also very sad. After an unknown period of time, Chu Feng opened his eyes and saw the sunlight shining in through the window. He was lying on a pure white bed. This seemed to be a sick room. Chu Feng sat up in confusion. How'd he get here? His head was aching, and many of his memories seemed to have become blurry. Ah, little Feng, you're finally awake. His mother, Wang Jing, entered the sick room. The things she was holding in her hands fell to the ground. She rushed over with tears on her face, crying and laughing at the same time. Mom, what's wrong? Don't cry, I'm fine, Chu Feng consoled. Child, you made us worry to death. You went to Tibet for a vacation and fainted at the edge of the desert. You scared us to death, Wang Jing said while crying. Ah, Chu Feng was shocked. You went on a vacation and then fainted in Tibet? Yes, an old herdsman saved you. After that, we rushed to the western region and sent you to the hospital. It's been half a year and you've been in a coma all this time. Wang Jing's emotions were fluctuating violently as tears fell continuously. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had indeed gone to Tibet for a vacation in the past. Some memories surfaced in his mind. In the end, he went to Mount Kunlun. After that, the world changed and many things happened. Mom, that's not right. I should have fainted in an ancient temple. That place was illuminated by the Buddha's aura. All right, where's Yellow Cattle? How are the Black Yak and the others? He hurriedly asked, what are you talking about? When you were in a coma, you kept talking in your sleep. Sometimes you would say some strange names. Why are you still like this now that you've woken up? Son, what's wrong with you? Do you still recognize me? Wang Jing's face was full of worry. Soon after, the doctor came. The patient's head was injured. Due to the severe stimulation, there are some mental disturbances. Don't worry, he will slowly recover. After the doctor arrived, he gave Chu Feng a thorough examination. Finally, he quietly said this to Wang Jing. What about the energy in my body, my flying sword, and the black substance that's bothering me? Chu Feng was extremely puzzled. Soon after, Chu Ziyuan came. In the next few days, Chu Feng was completely dumbfounded. He strongly requested to be discharged from the hospital. He understood that the world had never changed. The only thing that changed was himself. He was injured in Tibet and fainted there. Half a month later, his parents had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Son, don't think too much. You will slowly recover. Perhaps there really is a reincarnation cycle. When you were in a coma and lost your soul, you went through a reincarnation cycle. In the next few months, Chu Feng was a little depressed. No matter where he went, he wanted to find traces of the world changing. But in the end, he failed. This was a real world, not a dream. There was no illusion. He was a modern man. Yellow cattle, black yak, and everything else did not exist. Once, Chu Feng used the pain of cutting his wrist to test whether he had fallen into an inexplicable state. The result was that it scared Wang Jing so much that she sent him to the hospital. Son, why are you so stupid? Don't take things too hard. Cutting one's wrist is the behavior of a coward. Chu Feng was confused. The yellow cattle, the path of evolution, and the last trip to the Himalayas were all fake. These people and things did not exist in reality. There is a parallel universe. Perhaps your spirit has wandered into another space and time and finally came back. In the end, this was what a professional said when he conversed with him. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Chu Feng could not hold it in any longer and shouted continuously. However, the breathing technique he had memorized was useless. He did not have the so-called energy in his body and could not evolve in this world. Just like that, he was muddle-headed for a period of time before finally accepting reality. He had once had an inexplicable experience. Although it was real, it was only an illusion. Before long, Chu Feng went to work. After that, everything was like an ordinary person. He got married, had children, and slowly grew old. Decades later, his hair had turned white, but he could not forget that he once had such a real experience. This was a knot in his heart. This is life, plain but real. One day, when he could no longer walk, he still felt regret and couldn't let go of it. He could not help but sigh. This kind of experience was normal and real. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. In the last moments of his life, he was still unwilling to give up. He shouted with all his might. Although his voice was weak, his spiritual fluctuations were incomparably intense. Go back, it's real. I want to return to the real world, this damn dream. At the final juncture, he didn't care anymore. Even though the end of his life had arrived, he still firmly believed that what he had experienced was real. With a bang, Chu Feng's body swayed. He opened his eyes and found that he was not too far away from the Bodhi tree. His body was still young, and there were some birds and beasts lying in disarray in the distance. The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of enlightenment, can help one achieve the Tao. Chu Feng looked at the ancient tree. At this time, its leaves were withering and rotting, returning to a withered state. The Bodhi tree has been reversed. The tree of enlightenment has become a tree that makes people doubt their own Tao fate. I've always had doubts about my own path of evolution. Today, It has magnified my doubts, Chu Feng muttered to himself. That was because he was a modern person who only believed in science. That reincarnation experience made his heart palpitate. It made him rejoice, but it also frightened him. His emotions were complicated. He could imagine that regardless of whether it was yellow cattle or the old llama, they must have experienced their own reincarnations. The doubts in their hearts toward the Tao had been magnified limitlessly. Now, they were also struggling and lost. He looked at the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, the elder lion, and the other beasts. Their greatest doubt was how could ordinary beasts evolve into high-level life forms? So, they had all revealed their true forms and denied themselves? This frightened Chu Feng. This place seemed peaceful, but it was extremely dangerous. Under the Bodhi tree, the golden bodhisattva could already be seen. He was very young and merciful. His body had been pierced by the spear. The demonic saint was tall and powerful. Blood was dripping from his forehead after being grazed by a finger, but it didn't pierce through. Why were they frozen here? At this time, the black substance within Chu Feng's body had transformed into a silvery white color. Then, it rapidly reversed at an astonishing rate. Chapter 319. The sound of the scriptures stirred Chu Feng's soul. What was his greatest hope on the path of evolution? Without a doubt, it was a top-grade breathing technique. This was related to his future path. Earth had declined, and there were too few inheritances. Compared to the other worlds with astonishing energy levels, this place could only be considered a wasteland. The current Earth's techniques were simply not enough to compete with the beings of the outer realms. In front of him, a few scripture cylinders appeared on the almost rotten Bodhi tree. There were some scriptures inside, gently swaying as Buddhist chants rang out. Chu Feng cleared his distracting thoughts and focused on one particular sound instead of listening to the other scriptures. That might really be the thunderous breathing technique. His heart throbbed and his body straightened to capture the scripture. His limbs and bones were resonating with it and emitting thunderous sounds. This Bodhi tree was very mysterious. It used to be a path-understanding tree, but after its death, it was reversed and could destroy one's cultivation. But now, it still hung a scripture cylinder and could pass down techniques. This was somewhat strange. Chu Feng didn't care and memorized it wholeheartedly. The original technique was similar to the one he had obtained from the thunderous bough. It should be that supreme inheritance. Now, Chu Feng's body was breathing, and so was his spirit. The two had merged together. He had cultivated the incomplete thunderous breathing technique before, so he could circulate it without any sluggishness. The blood in his body rose and fell along with the sound of the scripture. However, he also noticed a problem. The scripture cylinder on the withered Bodhi tree was tattered and revealed its interior. The scripture scroll had been torn in half. This caused his heart to sink, but he couldn't think too much at the moment. He could only remember what was before him. At present, there were only a few crude and pitifully few techniques on Earth. In the higher realms, each orthodoxy had more than one type of breathing technique. Cultivating them together would bring great benefits. The core disciples all knew several techniques and could increase the efficiency of their evolution. How could Chu Feng not be excited when he heard the legendary thunderous breathing technique? This kind of technique had a terrifying origin even in the outer realms. If he could master this technique and cultivate it together with the one yellow cattle had taught him, the benefits would be too great. However, the substance within his body became increasingly frantic as he circulated the breathing technique. Black and white flickered continuously at a frightening frequency. Chu Feng was alarmed and felt that something wasn't quite right. When the black substance appeared, his energy had been suppressed to the extreme. He had long since fallen from the king realm and was about to reach the lowest level of evolution. This worried him greatly. When the silver substance appeared, the energy within his body reached its peak. He was on the verge of severing his sixth shackle and evolving once more. His blood surged like thunder and his heart beat like drums. The black substance seemed to be smashing the energy within his body. It wanted nothing more than suppressing it to the lowest and destroying it completely. Not long after, the sound of scripture weakened, and the scroll in the worn-out scripture tube was flipped to the last page. Chu Feng still wanted to continue. He felt that something was missing and wanted nothing more than to climb up the tree to take a closer look at the scripture tube. He stood in place for a moment and looked back at Yellow Ox, the old llama, and the others. They still hadn't woken up. This made him frown. How would he save them? He raised his head and looked at the Bodhi tree. Everything should be related to it. So how could he solve it? Chu Feng believed that if he hadn't been alerted after seeing Yellow Ox, the old llama, and the others' condition, perhaps he would have fallen into a deep sleep and wouldn't wake up until now. Since it's related to the Bodhi tree, I'll go and shake it. Perhaps I'll be able to change the situation. Chu Feng decided to take the risk and walk forward. His body swayed with every step. He carved tadpole symbols on the ground. They were all related to domains and could be used to dissolve the pressure. That was because there were two figures under the Bodhi tree. The aura they emitted was so terrifying that it caused the void to crack open. It was a terrifying scene. It was because there were two figures below the Bodhi tree. The auras they released were too terrifying, crushing the void until it split apart, unable to close. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the end, black and white interweaved. His body gradually turned gray as though it had never changed. A hazy gray mist seeped out from his pores. Boom! Black and white interweaved as his body gradually turned gray. It was as though he had never changed. A hazy gray mist seeped out from his pores. Boom! Chu Feng arrived, but he was also badly injured. His body was full of cracks and almost exploded on the spot. That was because the two figures under the tree were too powerful. The strands of auras seeping out almost caused the 5 kilometers of pure Buddhist land to collapse. It was suffocating. Chu Feng carved densely packed runes on the ground in order to dissolve the suppressive might. However, he was still injured. He gasped for breath as fresh blood flowed out from the cracks on his body. He had never encountered such a thing. He hadn't been injured in battle, but he had been suppressed to such a degree by the aura of a certain entity. It was truly shocking. It seems severed shackles aren't enough. He sighed. Very soon, goosebumps appeared all over his body. That was because the Bodhisattva and the demonic sage had changed. The two experts were originally vivid and lifelike, but in the end, they melted and disintegrated. In the end, they no longer had a human form and completely disappeared. Even the shiny armor and the sharp spear suffered the same fate. They all turned into specks of light and turned into nothingness. There were only 2 drops of blood left under the Bodhi tree. They weren't very bright and lacked luster. Although they hadn't dried up, they lacked vitality. Chu Feng was truly shaken. Everything was caused by 2 drops of blood? He raised his head. The Bodhisattva and demonic sage he had seen just now were formed from 2 drops of blood? Just how powerful was a being of that level? Chu Feng's heart was pounding. It was merely 2 drops of blood without any luster, yet they could possess such power. It was truly astonishing. The 2 drops of blood had suppressed his body to the point where it was covered in cracks. If his true body were to descend, it would be unimaginable. Chu Feng moved. He gently shook the withered Bodhi branch that had fallen near him. He didn't dare use his flying sword, nor did he use the diamond chakram because he didn't know if damaging the Bodhi tree would bring about unforeseen consequences. One had to know that his consciousness had been swallowed by the vortex of Buddhist light on the Bodhi tree. He was worried that the consciousnesses of yellow cattle and the others were also within the tree. Even so, a decaying sound could be heard as he gently shook the branch. Some of the branches were broken. It was simply too weak. At this time, the scriptures on the ancient tree had all disappeared. Chu Feng turned back to observe the reaction of the great demons of Kunlun. There was still no movement. He clenched his teeth and advanced. The cracks on his body increased as he bypassed the 2 drops of blood and arrived at the other side of the trunk. There, he began to pound on the trunk that was so thick that even 6 or 7 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. Thump, thump, thump. The old bark fell off, and the giant tree trembled gently. Chu Feng's body was in intense pain. The black and white substance was circulating more and more frantically, causing his cultivation to fluctuate wildly. One moment, he was about to sever his sixth shackle, and the next, he was about to turn back into an ordinary person. "Father, grandfather, don't die." Suddenly, Chu Feng heard Yellow Cattle's cry. He was talking in his sleep, having a nightmare. "I don't want to step onto that path. I don't want that kind of opportunity. I only want you all to live. I can also become a sage ancestor in this world and find a way to survive for my clansmen." Yellow Cattle's face was full of tears. He had already transformed into the appearance of a little boy. He was half awake and weeping with his eyes closed. Chu Feng was startled. The seemingly pure Yellow Cattle actually had such secrets in his heart. What was going on with his clansmen? It seemed that they were facing a calamity of extinction and needed him to find a way to survive. Chu Feng understood. Yellow Cattle had sunk into sadness and was lost in the dreamland. He had secrets that outsiders didn't know about. That was his weakness. Finally, Yellow Cattle sat up and opened his eyes. He quickly wiped away his tears and looked left and right. Chu Feng, his little face was full of astonishment. Chu Feng smiled at him and didn't mention the Yellow Cattle's crying matter. He knew that it probably didn't want others to know about it. He would pretend that he didn't know about it for now. If he could help in the future, he would do everything in his power. He continued to beat the Bodhi tree. Soon, the old llama sat up. He had also woken up. Although his eyes were dim and there was no energy in his body, one could feel that the old llama seemed to have firmed up some kind of faith. His entire temperament was completely different. The web between Chu Feng's thumb and forefinger had long since ruptured. Even his body was the same. There were too many wounds on his hands. After being suppressed by the 2 drops of blood, his body was on the verge of collapse. "Chu Feng, come back quickly. Don't continue." Yellow Cattle called out. The old llama also chanted Buddhist mantras and called for Chu Feng to come back. With his current state, it was impossible for him to continue. If he continued, he would undoubtedly die. Chu Feng stood up shakily and staggered back along the path he came from. He wanted to save people, but he didn't want to die here either. He had already tried his best. The cracks on his body were too terrifying. Bones could be seen through the cracks, and his entire body was on the verge of falling apart. This place was too terrifying. Even a Mastiff King hadn't woken up. Even the supposedly invincible old lion was still motionless. In the end, only Yellow Cattle and the old llama recovered. The moment Chu Feng returned, he couldn't hold on any longer. He fell head first onto the ground and blood gushed out, dyeing the ground red. "We can't move this tree recklessly. They can't take it away either. We can only hope that they will wake up on their own one day. Or we can come here to wake them up the next time we become stronger," said the old llama. Yellow Cattle nodded. He agreed with this choice. This place was too dangerous for them. Because of that, Yellow Cattle and the old llama's energy had completely dissipated. They were now empty like mortals. This place was destroying their cultivation. The Bodhi tree had been reversed by someone. It had the opposite effect. Instead of helping people achieve the Tao, it had destroyed their foundations. "I'll come and save you next time," said Chu Feng weakly. His current state was extremely terrible. "What's going on?" "A temple has appeared." Yellow Cattle was astonished. A majestic temple had appeared behind the Bodhi tree and was emitting boundless Buddhist light. It had appeared soundlessly. In front of the temple, there were many scripture cylinders arranged side by side. There were many scriptures placed within. Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He saw a different scripture cylinder and found it difficult to shift his gaze away. It was carved out of stone and was extremely special. "Let's go." The old llama's will was firm. He lowered his head after a single glance and no longer gazed at it. Yellow Cattle also sighed. This was a great temptation, but it was also fatal. If they went in with their current state, they would undoubtedly die. Chu Feng didn't say anything and only looked at it again and again. In the end, the old llama and Yellow Cattle carved a message on the ground. Then, they supported Chu Feng and walked back the way they came. They all had Buddhist items on them. It was daunting, but not dangerous. They left the 10-li Pure Land and pushed open the bronze-covered Bodhi wooden door. They walked out of the ancient temple. We're finally out. The Snow Leopard King was extremely anxious and couldn't sit or lie down in peace. How long has it been? Chu Feng asked him because he saw that the sun had already come out and the snow and ice had stopped. Clearly, it had been quite some time. It's already been 9 days, replied the Snow Leopard King. During these 9 days, all sorts of major events had happened in the outside world. The marine race is holding a meeting and has sent invitations to the experts of the continent. Chapter 320. The heaven and earth turned, and all living things came back to life. In Kunlun, the old trees were sprouting and the grass was fresh. A layer of tender green had grown anew. The 9 heavens could change many things. The wind and snow had completely subsided, and the clouds covering the sky had been split open. The sun shone, and the aura of spring filled the earth. The plants were clear and full of vitality as far as the eye could see. Moreover, all the plants had gained a certain spirituality. The leaves were lush with a sparkling luster. The energy drifting between heaven and earth had become denser. The earth was changing, and so was the rest of the world. Astonishing changes were taking place. In just a few days, the number of mutants and beasts had increased dramatically. Large numbers of creatures had awakened and become evolvers. However, this didn't come without a price. The snow had covered the earth and the bitter cold had persisted for so long. At least a third of the world's population had died. This was an unprecedented disaster. The number of people who died was in the hundreds of millions. That was because the snow and ice had come too suddenly and lasted for so long. No one had made any preparations, especially since the temperature was terrifyingly low. It was much more terrifying than normal winters. In many places, houses had been submerged in ice and snow. After the disaster, in order to prevent epidemics from appearing, every place was moving to cremate the corpses and bury them. For many days, the world had been a tragedy. People were wailing everywhere because many people had lost their loved ones forever. The sorrow continued after several days. There had never been such a natural disaster. The world population had decreased greatly and many families had been torn apart. Chu Feng's heart was heavy. Too many people had died, but he was powerless to change the environment. The rapid changes of the heaven and earth were not something a human could reverse. Now, all living things were recovering, and every place was full of vitality. The most obvious change was that the number of mutant plants and trees had increased by more than 10 times. The number of evolvers was increasing by the day. Some people guessed that if this continued, all the living things on Earth would walk the path of evolution. At that time, there would be no ordinary people left. Spiritual energy was enshrouding the famed mountains. All the withered ancient trees were sprouting and containing fortune. One day, they would surely bear fruit. After the snow and ice receded, the changes in the fields were the most astonishing. Some crops had actually not been frozen to death and had once again recovered. Moreover, they were growing rapidly and ripening in just a few days. There were also large amounts of crops that had sprouted from their roots and were growing rapidly. In just a few days, they were already half a person's height. The 5 grains were harvested and were emitting a faint luster. Many botanists could no longer sit still. The changes in the various crops were too astonishing. The rice grains were silvery white, each one sparkling and translucent. The wheat was plump and carried a faint golden radiance. There were also soybeans, millet, and other things. They were all sparkling and glowing, looking different from before. After testing, they found that all of the crops had become high-energy food, and even their composition had changed, containing mysterious energy within. It has finally begun. This is the initial stage of the spiritual grain. Yellow Cattle said, so after he got the news. He told Chu Feng that this was very normal. When Earth was strong in the past, it was also ranked among the top 100 worlds. The energy there was extremely rich, and the grains chosen by the virtuous evolvers back then were all of the finest quality. Now that Earth was recovering and the world was changing rapidly once again, the food of the ancient evolvers would naturally once again reflect its value in the present world. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of time, many people, birds, and beasts had eaten the grains, and their physiques had significantly improved. The effects were astonishing. Even for ordinary people, after eating those grains, their strength would increase greatly. Some people deduced that even if there were no mutant fruits and only ordinary food, there would be no ordinary people on Earth after a few years. They would all awaken and become evolvers. Within the sea, the changes were equally astonishing. Many marine races were using them as food, and their physiques were actually rapidly improving. The whole world was changing and was completely different. Was this the beginning of the era of gods and devils? Everyone was shaken. Now, many scientists were deducing and predicting what Earth would look like after a few years. The result was that superhumans were everywhere. Perhaps after a few years, there would be true, godlike creatures that could rely on their own energy to soar into the sky and burrow into the earth. They would charge into the outer realms and wander the rivers of stars. That was no longer just a fantasy, and it might even become a reality. After the wind and snow stopped, it could be considered a true change. Close to 50 days later, new species began to appear on Earth, shocking everyone. A small number of diamond creatures appeared in individual mines in Africa. They were evolved from diamond and were impervious to blades and guns. It was as if they possessed an indestructible body. This species was extremely powerful, and they seemed to be catching up from behind. They grew very quickly, and after gaining intelligence, they frantically absorbed all kinds of knowledge. Their physiques were incomparable. In addition, all kinds of metallic life forms were equally astonishing. They appeared in succession in various places. There were also all kinds of plants that took root in outer space and grew in the void. They reproduced on land and in the sea, opening their roots of wisdom and gaining consciousness in large numbers. So much so that when someone sat down to rest in the wild, a rock would open its mouth to speak. The whole world was completely different. It could be considered a global evolution. However, Mount Kunlun wasn't optimistic. Chu Feng and the others had been back for over a month, and their respective conditions were terrible. Were it not for the Snow Leopard King carrying them, they wouldn't have been able to return on their own. Regardless of whether it was yellow cattle or the powerful old llama, they had all been beaten down to the mundane world. Their cultivation had been shaved off, and they had become ordinary people. This made the Snow Leopard King dumbstruck. This news had always been kept a secret, and no one dared to leak it. Otherwise, it would bring about a sect extermination disaster for Kunlun. Fortunately, yellow cattle and the old llama had begun to recover in recent days. They could finally draw upon the gradually dense energy between heaven and earth. This is an opportunity, not a calamity. Yellow cattle revealed a joyful expression after his body began to recover. He came to this conclusion. They suspected that their cultivation had been shaved off, but it was actually an illusion. That was because the benefits gradually appeared as they recovered. Their bodies had become stronger, and their foundations had been rebuilt. Their potential was continuously released, and they were stronger than before at the same level. In particular, Chu Feng had imparted the thunderous breathing technique to yellow cattle. This made him increasingly excited and joyful during the recovery process. The thunderous breathing technique was the most tyrannical in tempering the flesh and spirit. It was extremely effective and astonishing. Only the two of them knew of this technique. They didn't dare impart it to the old llama because this was the ultimate breathing technique of the Buddhist race. Once it was leaked, there would be a great calamity. In the future, when the Buddhist race from the outer realms descended, any young Buddhist child would kill them. They took back this technique and couldn't allow it to be left outside. The old llama was a member of the Buddhist race and would definitely enter their race in the future. Only heaven knew what would happen. Even if he didn't say it himself, the Buddhist race would be able to find out when he entered. Unfortunately, Yellow Cattle and the Old Llama were still in the awakened realm after returning for more than 50 days. Although their strength was increasing, it would still take some time for them to step into the king level. Because of this, Kunlun seemed quite weak. If they weren't at their peak state, the entire Kunlun would be in danger if others found out. Under such circumstances, they naturally declined the marine race's invitation. Presently, the sea region was flourishing. The appearance of the Rubik's Cube provided the various races with opportunities to become stronger. After some inheritances were grasped by the great races of the sea, their strength increased greatly. This time, they invited the creatures of the continent because they obeyed the oracle. There is a warning on the metal Rubik's Cube, warning them that when the creatures from the outer realms descend, there would be more enemies than friends. They should join forces with the creatures of the continent to encircle and annihilate the descending divine sons and saintesses. At first, some of the marine race were unwilling. They hated the creatures of the continent and even wanted to take advantage of their great increase in strength to kill their way onto the continent. They would massacre the lands and occupy the famed mountains. However, the sleeping woman in the Rubik's Cube actually appeared in their dreams and warned them that the experts of the outer realms were about to appear. If they didn't join forces, there would be a great calamity. As such, a portion of the marine race followed the oracle on the Rubik's Cube and wanted to ease their relations. They invited some of the experts of the continent to a banquet. Yellow Cattle and the Old Llama had all their energy shaved off, so they wouldn't go. As for Chu Feng, he couldn't go either because some of the marine race hated him too much. Additionally, his current state was even worse than Yellow Cattle and the Old Llama. This was also something that Yellow Cattle was worried about recently. The substance within Chu Feng's body was rapidly transforming between black and silver at a frightening frequency. He would be reduced to an ordinary person in the blink of an eye and then become a peak-grade king in the blink of an eye. He wanted to use this opportunity to sever his sixth shackle, but the time left for him was too short. That kind of state could only be maintained for a split second and simply couldn't break through. Even Yellow Cattle couldn't figure out this kind of situation. He didn't know how to solve it, and he couldn't predict Chu Feng's future state either. Many days later, they decided to go and rescue people. Because they had delayed for too long, the great demons of Kunlun in the ancient temple might die in their sleep. Any ordinary creature would have died long ago after not eating or drinking for such a long time. This time, Chu Feng, the snow leopard, Yellow Cattle, and the Old Llama entered the 10-kilometer Pure Land together. They were protected by the Buddhist artifacts. Unfortunately, Yellow Cattle and the Old Llama hadn't recovered yet and hadn't stepped into the king-level domain. They could only rely on the snow leopard as the main force and Chu Feng, whose state was fluctuating between good and bad, as support. In the end, the snow leopard approached the Bodhi tree and immediately fell into a deep sleep. He never woke up. This made them speechless. One had to know that they had already informed the snow leopard of everything that was happening here. The Old Llama and Yellow Cattle hadn't recovered to the king level yet. In the end, Chu Feng took action once again. It could be considered successful. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the ancient tree swayed and many of its rotting branches fell down. The great demons on the ground were slowly waking up. Unfortunately, there were no scriptures to be chanted this time. In fact, the entire ancient tree was cracking and on the verge of collapse. A temple appeared once again. It was grand and divine, emitting boundless Buddhist light. There were several sutra cylinders in front of the temple. Chu Feng was too close and wanted to walk over. At this time, his body was covered in blood and covered in cracks. He stared at one of the stone cylinders and sensed that the thunderous breathing technique scriptures were hidden within. Chu Feng, come back. I'll go back to your body. Why has your body become like this? That stone cylinder is made of a layer of black rock that has stimulated the terrifying substance in your body. Yellow Cattle shouted anxiously. According to him, this substance that only demonic sages could refine was extremely strange and rare. It was wrapped in a special layer of rock, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover it at all. The current scripture cylinder was made of that special layer of rock. It had resonated with the black substance in Chu Feng's body and caused his body to be in such a terrible state. Chu Feng didn't retreat immediately. The substance in his body became even crazier, and the changes were incomparably rapid. At the same time, he could feel that the stone cylinder was resonating with him, so much so that he could sense the scriptures. The thunderous breathing technique he had obtained last time was incomplete and only a part of it. The scripture on the Bodhi tree had been torn in half. Now, he really wanted to complete it. Come back. That scripture cylinder is empty. Everything is an illusion. The old Lama spoke with a sigh. Is that so? Chu Feng walked forward. His body had been torn apart and was in extreme pain. However, he still walked forward, wanting to touch the scripture cylinder. He tried to use his spiritual energy to move it, but it was covered and blocked by the Buddhist light. He couldn't approach it. In the end, he shifted his feet. The dozen or so steps seemed to have exhausted all his strength before he finally touched the stone cylinder. As expected, the scripture disappeared the moment his fingers touched it. Behind him, even though the old Lama and yellow cattle knew it was all fake, they still couldn't help but sigh with incomparable regret. Chu Feng grabbed the stone scripture cylinder and walked back. His body was drenched in blood, and when his feet landed on the ground, there were pools of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold. During this process, his heart was shaken because his senses weren't wrong. The special stone cylinder was resonating with the black substance in his body and pulsing in unison. The scripture, sound from the past, began to echo faintly in his body and appeared on the special substance. Very soon, the stone-skinned scripture cylinder shattered and turned into fine powder, falling from his hand onto the ground. However, a breathing technique appeared within his body. It was complete. Even the Buddhist race experts here in the past would never have thought that the stone cylinder could restore and reproduce the scripture on the black substance. Chu Feng was on the verge of collapse. His body was drenched in blood and about to fall apart. It was far more serious than the last time, but his heart was filled with joy. He walked back, but as soon as he approached Yellow Cattle and the others, he immediately fainted. A group of great demons rushed over and supported him. They had just woken up and were still in a daze. After listening to Yellow Cattle's explanation, they finally knew how long they had been unconscious. The snow leopard also woke up and felt somewhat ashamed. Boom! Behind them, the Bodhi tree was split into pieces and finally turned into powder. It then disappeared. However, the grand temple behind them was still there. The other cylinders were still glowing and flickering with scripture scrolls. Perhaps the golden Arhat level breathing technique is only to ensure that the Buddhist race's inheritance on Earth is not extinguished. But the Bodhisattva level breathing technique can't be casually placed here. That scripture is also illusory. The old Lama sighed. In the end, they all retreated. Chu Feng woke up along the way. His heart was filled with joy from his harvest. He knew that the scripture should be complete this time. These two breathing techniques would give him the capital to compete with the Outer Realm heroes in the future. Chapter 321. The ice and snow of Kunlun melted and the old tree sprouted. However, the hearts of the kings were filled with gloom, and they were all in low spirits. The group of people was extremely weak. The energy in their bodies had been shaved clean, and their cultivation levels had dropped. This was a major incident. If someone discovered any clues, Kunlun would certainly be destroyed. Dozens of king-level entities had almost become ordinary birds and beasts. The impact was too great. After returning to Kunlun, the old Lama contacted the Golden Rock King. He was also born here and later went to Mount Hua to become the sect master. Our losses are disastrous. The Mastiff King laughed bitterly. The whole world was evolving and flourishing. New Supreme King-level entities were emerging one after another. Only Mount Kunlun was shrouded in a gloomy fog. The top power had directly declined. The old black bear sighed and contacted his grandson, Xiong Kun, warning him to keep a low profile in the outside world and not cause trouble. The various kings were at a loss. In the past, Kunlun had looked down on the world, but now they could only cautiously hide in the mountains and lick their wounds while watching the rise of experts everywhere. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Because Mount Kunlun was too low-key, the group of king-level entities had all disappeared after returning to the mountains. The outside world was in an uproar. Was Kunlun weak? It said that those great demons suffered a great loss in the Himalayas and are suspected to have lost their combat strength. Perhaps Kunlun will fall from now on. This news was too shocking. People found it hard to believe at first, but as time passed, all kinds of signs indicated that something big had happened to Kunlun. For a time, the whole world was shaken. At this time, Chu Feng frowned. After coming into contact with the special stone-skinned scripture tube, the black and white substances had rapidly transformed and finally reached an equilibrium within his body. The black and silver substances coexisted. In the past, it was either black or white. It was very pure, but now it was different. At the same time, the energy within his body had been shaved away completely. The most terrifying thing was that there was no progress after several days. He could not recover and could not grow stronger like the other great demons of Kunlun. Chu Feng's joy at obtaining the thunderous breathing technique had been diluted. He was somewhat silent because the current situation was extremely bad. Yellow Cattle diagnosed him. His little face was tense, and his expression was abnormally grave. This matter is too strange. I really didn't expect it. Look for yourself. The black matter and the white matter are opposing and entangling with each other. They are moving slowly, like a spinning millstone. Chu Feng was deeply astonished. Just as Yellow Cattle had said, the black and white substances began to coexist, and it was indeed like a millstone. It was also because of this that the energy in his body was being obliterated. The black millstone and the white millstone crushed against each other, causing the energy that entered his body to dissipate. There was no way to retain it. This might be an opportunity. Yellow Cattle became excited after the initial worry. It told Chu Feng that it was tempering itself. It was very surprising to find such a thing in this realm. Chu Feng felt a little helpless. He would rather not have this kind of fortuitous encounter. Now that it was ruined, there was no improvement at all. "Look inside my body," the Yellow Cattle said. He was very cautious and kept muttering to himself. After observing the mountain peak for a while, he ran back to the Ox King Palace to reveal his secret to Chu Feng. Within the Yellow Cattle's body, there was an indescribable substance that looked like a medicine mortar. It looked like it was forged from brass, but it wasn't. It was extremely mysterious as it hid within its body. If it didn't reveal itself, outsiders wouldn't be able to discover it at all. This is my opportunity, but I can't use it now because I'm still too young. If I use it to refine my body now, it will lead to a loss of blood energy. The Yellow Cattle revealed its secret to him. This was what it would rely on in the future. According to it, this was another kind of supreme fortune it had obtained when it obtained the mysterious breathing technique. What is this thing? Chu Feng was puzzled. It was left behind by a worthy predecessor. In the future, it can help me refine the energy within my body, cleanse my flesh, and purify my bones. There will always be various benefits, such as removing impurities. Yellow Cattle told him that this kind of thing was usually left behind by bodhisattva-level powerhouses to help them purify their bloodlines and refine the energy within their bodies. The glistening yellow pestle in the medicine mortar could squeeze out mottled energy impurities and refine one's body into great medicine. In the past, your best choice was to use pollen to evolve, but I can eat mutant fruits without worrying about the hidden dangers in the future. It's because I have this thing in my body that it can help me purify. Yellow Cattle revealed the secret. According to what it said, the glistening yellow medicine mortar was an existence between energy and matter. It was extremely strange. If he deliberately concealed it, outsiders wouldn't be able to see through this thing in his body. Only in those worlds with great origins and top-notch orthodoxies would have this kind of item in their bodies. That's because the great sects that have never produced a bodhisattva-level powerhouse can't leave behind this kind of opportunity. Chu Feng was astonished. Was there such a thing? Afterwards, the yellow cattle mentioned the black substance. In fact, it was also used to refine the energy within one's body and boil great medicine for bloodlines. Its effects were similar, and only demonic sages could leave it behind for their descendants. However, the black substance could only be used when one had reached a very high level. It was too tyrannical. It was a fatal poison to low-level creatures, but it was a treasure that divine knights and golden Arhut-level evolvers yearned for even in their dreams. Chu Feng's body didn't continue to be corroded. It was already a miracle that he had become an ordinary person. That's why I said the changes in your body are very strange. The black substance turning into a silvery white color is a rare occurrence since ancient times. There aren't many examples, and it's only a legend in the 10 strongest worlds. The most important thing is that the black and white substances have appeared and can coexist. Moreover, they have turned into a millstone-like item. This is even more strange. Yellow Cattle sighed. Chu Feng was lost in thought. Whether it was a single black substance or a strange item left behind by a bodhisattva-level evolver, the effect was the same. And now, the thing in his body seemed to be a combination of both. Can I recover my strength? In the end, Chu Feng asked the most important question. Everything else was meaningless. The most important thing was to step back into the realm of kings. I don't know either. The black and white substance in your body is still revolving. It's becoming more and more like a millstone. If it's completely formed, you might be able to recover. At the same time, the yellow cattle also mentioned another possibility. If the item isn't perfect enough, there might be all sorts of drawbacks. Perhaps you really can only be an ordinary person. This made Chu Feng frown. There would be a huge difference after becoming an evolver and then becoming an ordinary person. How long do I need to confirm? Chu Feng asked. I think 10 days should be enough. The yellow cattle comforted Chu Feng. This might be a great opportunity for him to become a sage ancestor in the future. 2 days later, the kings of Mount Kunlun decided to disperse their forces. Mount Shu's Sword Palace, Mount Kongtong, and Mount Hua became the hiding places for the great demons of Mount Kunlun. They were worried that they would be wiped out if they stayed in Mount Kunlun. A single Peng king couldn't guarantee the safety of so many kings. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. The outside world had already guessed that something had happened to the kings of Mount Kunlun and that they might have lost their combat power. When the secret was revealed, it meant that Mount Kunlun's most dangerous moment had arrived. The kings were very decisive. They split up and went their separate ways. The old Grandmaster of Mount Wudong arrived and personally took Chu Feng away to protect him and Zhou Quan. The yellow cattle went to the sword palace of Mount Shu. He wanted to study the imperial sword technique there. The black yak and the Manchurian tiger also followed him. We won't be going to Mount Wudong. That ancient Taoist rite naturally suppresses the demon race. Before leaving, Chu Feng secretly passed the thunderous breathing technique to the yellow cattle and told him to find a suitable time to teach it to the black yak. The great demons of Mount Kunlun had all dispersed in a single day. This shocked the world. Everyone was trying to find out the news. In the end, they learned that the demon kings of Mount Kunlun had all fallen and that even Chu Feng had been crippled in the Himalayas. The world was in an uproar. Some people sighed. They felt that this was too sudden and felt sorry for them. Many people felt that it was a pity. Mount Kunlun was an important power in the East. Would their decline allow the marine race to become unbridled and overbearing once again? How could it be like this? The kings of Mount Kunlun defeated the Eastern Punitive Expedition and were once famous. How could they disappear overnight? What a pity. How is Chu Feng doing? It's said that his condition is even worse than the others. Of course, there were also people who were happy to see such a thing happen. The recently risen experts and new kings with 6 severed shackles wouldn't sympathize with the decline of the old kings. They rode the wind and rose to power. Metabolism is the inherent law of all living things. Declining means passing away. It's natural selection. The strong will rise in the end. The words of a new top-grade king were too obvious. Who wouldn't understand? They clearly understood his mentality. What a pity. I still wanted to ascend Mount Kunlun and exchange pointers with Chu Feng, said a rising young human king. He cultivated in the eight extremities fist. The newly risen top-grade kings were in high spirits. They felt that they could improve further because the energy on the famed mountains was growing denser with each passing day. Perhaps they would be able to sever their seventh shackle after those ancient divine trees blossomed once again. Additionally, the mist was gradually dispersing from some new regions on the famed mountains. They were also about to come into being. It was obvious that experts of a higher level would emerge once they could charge into these regions. The marine race was naturally restless. Large numbers of them went ashore and walked on land. However, they didn't cause any bloodshed after obeying the oracle. The strength of the major corporations had also increased greatly. To them, this was a rare opportunity. They were quietly waiting for the ancient divine trees to blossom and bear fruit. Chu Feng is finally quiet. I hope he can live out his remaining years in peace. This was said by someone from a certain corporation. Although it seemed like he was only speaking for himself, it also expressed the attitude of some of the corporations. Chu Feng was still young, yet he was saying that he could live out his remaining years in peace. This could be considered a form of ridicule. In the end, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. After all, no one could be sure whether Chu Feng could still carry on with the so-called final battle. Not long ago, he had conned the marine race quite miserably. However, all the major powers had a premonition that something might have really happened to Chu Feng this time. It was no longer a pretense or a lie. During this period, people came to visit Mount Wudong continuously. They were all very polite, and no one dared to act rashly. They were all here to see Chu Feng. Chapter 3:22. There was no snow on Mount Wudong. The morning sun shone brilliantly on the rocks and onto the temple. Chu Feng had woken up early and was standing at the summit. Strand after strand of purple chi curled up from the cliff. Ever since the upheaval, the energy on the famed mountains had become much denser. He faced the morning glow and began to circulate his breathing technique. He wanted to recover and step into the king level once again. He was somewhat nervous on the 10th day and didn't want to continue being ordinary. Golden light surged and appeared on the surface of his body. It entered his body but was quickly dispersed. Within his body, there was a small millstone. It wasn't large, and its diameter was less than 10 centimeters. The two millstones were of different colors, one silver-white, the other pitch-black. They rotated slowly together, crushing all the energy and causing it to collapse. Chu Feng sighed. He was unwilling to accept this. This was already the 10th day. Was there still no way to change this state? Before long, he switched to another breathing technique. The complete thunderous technique made his body tremble intensely like thunder. His bones and organs resonated with the sound of thunder, making his body even more resilient. Unfortunately, the energy he had just drawn in was crushed by the black and white grinding stone and spilled out of his body. It still doesn't work. I going to become a cripple? It was impossible and unrealistic to say that he wasn't disappointed. Ever since he had embarked on the path of evolution, he had faced many twists and turns along the way. He had even been on the brink of death many times, but he had passed through all of them. His great fame had once made him happy and high-spirited. That was because he was still young and had a true temperament. But he had been struck down from the sky and into the dust. The difference was too great. This was especially true after he had obtained the Buddhist race's ultimate breathing technique. He had originally wanted to take it one step further and evolve into a higher-level expert. But now, everything had been turned upside down. He could no longer evolve and walk on his original path. On this day, Chu Feng tried repeatedly but failed. He was somewhat dispirited. This was an unprecedented sense of defeat. He felt that he would never be able to climb back up again. The supreme technique of the thunderous temple has lost its meaning as soon as I obtained it. Chu Feng felt somewhat depressed. The Buddhist race was known as one of the 10 strongest races. They occupied the Sumeru star realm, one of the 10 strongest star realms. The Great Thunderclap Temple was their highest temple, which contained supreme techniques. From morning to night, Chu Feng stood at the top of the mountain, bathing in the sunlight and letting the moonlight shine on his body. In the end, it was difficult for him to retain energy in his body. The old Grandmaster came a few times to persuade him not to be anxious and that there would always be a way. Late at night, Chu Feng returned to his room. He was thinking about the future. What should he do in the future? The next morning, he woke up very early again and went to another mountain peak. This place was surrounded by white clouds, and the mountain was steep. There was only one Taoist temple standing there, and it filled the entire peak. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. Even though he was absorbing the dense energy into his body, he still couldn't recover his strength. In the following days, Chu Feng persisted, but every day ended in disappointment. Yellow Cattle had said that 10 days should be enough to see results. But now, 20 days had passed. He sighed softly and was extremely disappointed. This result was difficult for him to accept. Although he had once told Ouyang Qing and Yi Qingru that he could live a free and unfettered life, even if he were to be crippled, the feeling was somewhat different when the day actually came. During this period, many people came to visit, but Chu Feng tactfully declined them with the excuse that he wasn't feeling well. For example, those from the corporations. He knew that they wanted to find out the truth. He also met some people. Xiong Kun, Hu Sheng, and the other beast race members didn't change their expressions after learning that there was a serious problem with their bodies. They still came to visit him. Xiong Kun was even more grateful. He thanked Chu Feng for rescuing his grandfather from the ancient Himalayan temple. Take care. We'll visit you again in the future. In the end, Xiong Kun, Hu Sheng, and Lu Qing left. During this period, Chu Feng also heard many rumors. For example, the 8 trigram school, Xing Yi School, and Baji School had appeared one after another. These ancient martial arts inheritances had never been severed, especially since there were old grandmasters among these ancient martial arts sects, as well as talented young successors. In this era where evolution was possible, they were like fish in water and rose rapidly. Even the Wudong Grandmaster sighed lightly. Who would have thought that those old friends were still alive? Among them, there were even some who were a generation older than him. They were at least 120 years old. They didn't appear before because they hadn't found a great fortune and thus couldn't become top-grade kings. This time, they had caught up after the rapid changes. Astonishing changes were taking place in every part of the world. The 5 grains had become spirit food, and experts were emerging continuously. A group of new kings had achieved a turning point and overtaken the others. Vajra, White Tiger, Silver Wing, and the Fire Spirit King. These 4 mutants of the past lived up to expectations and advanced by leaps and bounds. Their strength had increased by a large margin. Who would have thought that after a period of decline, they would once again shine brightly? That was because behind them were corporations and famed mountains. Bodhi Biogenetics occupied Mount Putao, and Celestial Biology occupied Mount Lao. Great changes had taken place in the recent 2 or 3 months. Some famed mountains had owners in succession. Don't be sad, boss. I believe you'll recover one day, Ouyang Qing said. They had also come to visit Chu Feng. If you really can't, just marry me. I'll support you, Yi Qingru said with a smile. She was born with long, wavy hair and charming eyes. Her figure was fiery, and her t-shirt revealed a small, snow-white waist and slender legs. Chu Feng was also very happy to be with these acquaintances. The melancholy in his heart had dissipated quite a bit. He met them and chatted for a long time. During this period, they also mentioned the Hollow Jade Temple. Some of them said they wanted to leave because they had witnessed the Hollow Jade Temple Master's actions when Chu Feng left. They felt somewhat disappointed. Boss, Let's take a stroll around the famed mountains in search of fortunes. If we come across some miraculous medicine, it might be able to save you, said Du Huijin. It was reported that someone had mistakenly eaten a miraculous herb. It couldn't help an evolution, but it had cured late-stage cancer. People discovered that some mutated medicinal herbs had astonishing and unpredictable effects. It was yet another early morning. Chu Feng was practicing his fist technique. His movements were slow and relaxed. This was Taiji fist. Not only could it be used in combat, but it could also nourish one's health. The old grandmaster made him practice it every morning and passed on the Taiji breathing technique. Chu Feng was very moved. The old grandmaster had treated him very well. Before he had risen to prominence, the old grandmaster had confronted peerless experts several times for his sake. He had never forgotten this. During this period, he had also taught the Xingyi fist and the 12 true forms to the old grandmaster in hopes that it would be helpful. One had to know that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. He was a true fist technique grandmaster even before the great upheavals. He was an expert among experts. Without relying on evolution, he was already an extraordinary person. Now that he was given a complete inheritance and a wondrously powerful technique, it was believed that he would be able to grasp its essence in the shortest time possible. Before long, Chu Feng passed on a portion of the thunderous breathing technique, which was the technique contained in the bow, to the old grandmaster. He didn't dare pass on the entire technique because he was afraid that the Buddhist race would bring about a calamity to Wudong when they appeared. He only passed on the part that could be circulated in the world. The latter parts could be passed on again if there was an opportunity in the future. More than 20 days had already passed, far exceeding the 10 days Yellow Cattle had mentioned. However, there were no changes within Chu Feng's body. There was no energy flowing within. He practiced his fist techniques every day, especially the Taiji fist. He had grasped the essence of it and practiced it to the point of perfection. Unfortunately, there was no energy to pour in, and it was difficult to display its true value. The old grandmaster was somewhat astonished and nodded to himself. He felt that Chu Feng was too suitable to practice Taiji fist. He had already comprehended the essence of the fist technique and practiced it to the bone. He also felt that it was a pity for Chu Feng. If he could recover to the king level, he would be able to use the Taiji fist to evolve an extraordinary divine ability, just like the Xingyi Golden Bell. At this time, geniuses were emerging in large numbers in a short time from all over the world, be it the East or the West, or even the oceans. All of them had their own unique points. For instance, there was a young man from the West who found the legendary Holy Grail of the Holy Sea. He was like a god walking through the mortal world because that holy item could actually help him evolve. In the ocean, there was a marine person who discovered a true dragon's lair and entered it alive. He plucked the legendary dragon bloodgrass and became a powerhouse in the ocean. The Grandmaster of the 8 Trigram School found an ancient tablet on the shore of the Yellow River with a vague river diagram recorded on it. This allowed him to comprehend the 8 Trigrams palm to the transcendent realm and almost reach divinity. The successor of the 8 Extreme School was a young, top-notch king. He ate 8 lightning fruits near Mount Zhongnan, which made his strength even more terrifying. His 8 Extremes fist art was about to reach the heavens. Additionally, there were rumors that divine sons and saintesses from the foreign realms might have arrived. They had charged through the dangerous star passages and appeared on Earth. The outside world was clamoring. Many geniuses were rising, and many old evolvers had advanced further. The world was abuzz. So much so that all kinds of legends appeared. Some people suspected that they had seen gods and demons. A new era of legends had arrived. How the people from the outer realms finally arrived. The outside world was resplendent. All kinds of legends and the rise of various heaven-bestowed entities attracted everyone's attention. At first, there were still people talking about Kunlun and Chu Feng. But as time passed, other dazzling characters and even beings from the outer realms seemed to have appeared. They gradually became the focal point and became the topic of discussion. Comparatively speaking, Chu Feng was rather dim. He was no longer the same as before. Few people paid attention to him, as if he was standing in a place with waning lights. Although the corporations weren't so narrow-minded and hadn't come looking for trouble with Chu Feng, they didn't have any good intentions either. They temporarily ignored him. Almost a month had passed. Chu Feng's heart gradually calmed down. He went from disappointment to tranquility. This was a bitter process of adjustment. Before experiencing it, anyone could say that they were tenacious, but only after experiencing it would they understand the feeling. Now that he had calmed down, he was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. However, he had already thought things through. Things had come to this, and he still had to move forward. He had to break away from the past. He recalled that dream. He was under the Bodhi tree in the Himalayas when he was swallowed by a vortex of Buddhist radiance. During that slumber, he was told that evolution was fake. The normal him had gotten married and had children, living a peaceful life. Was that dream an omen? At this moment, when he looked back, he found that the wife in that dream was actually so vague. It was originally very real, as if he had experienced that life, but now that he thought back, that person was actually hazy. The others were still real and could still appear in his heart. Only that woman had turned into specks of flowing light and thus dispersed. Several days later, Linoy arrived. Prior to this, she had contacted Chu Feng many times through the communicator, asking about his physical condition. The summit was bathed in golden radiance. Green pines, emerald cypresses, and towering cliffs could be seen amid strands of purple chi. The Taoist temple was simple and majestic, and the mountainside was enshrouded in white mist. Beautiful scenery could be seen everywhere on Mount Wudong. Chu Feng and Linoy strolled along the mountain path. They didn't talk much. After understanding his physical condition, Linoy asked him what his plans were. Would he stay on Mount Wudong for a long time? Chu Feng told her that he might go back after getting used to the life of an ordinary person. Of course, he would have to wait until everyone gradually forgot about him. Linoy asked him if he had thought about getting married and having children, living an ordinary life. Chu Feng nodded and told her that he would probably make that choice. Linoy comforted him. Perhaps ordinary life was more real. Don't think so much. A peaceful and ordinary life was also good. She told Chu Feng that before coming here, she had met a few good young girls and wanted to introduce them to him. Let's talk about it later, Chu Feng said. He looked at the nearby sea of clouds and then at the gushing red sun. Here, the clouds were steaming and the rosy glow was very beautiful. The two walked for a long time. They didn't talk much. Occasionally, they would talk about the past. Time flowed like water. Chu Feng felt that there might not be many opportunities to meet in the future. In the end, Linoy left. Chapter 323. The evergreen pines and cypresses were rooted to the cliffs and glowed with a faint golden luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. The sea of clouds formed a vast expanse of whiteness beneath his feet. In the distance, the red sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with dark red clouds inlaid with golden edges. Chu Feng didn't feel the desolate beauty of the sunset glow. On the contrary, he felt that there was a kind of auspicious beauty amidst the tranquility. So much so that he had forgotten that this was the setting sun. In a daze, he treated it as the rising sun with gushing red clouds. What assaulted his face wasn't a sense of lethargy, but instead, a sense of vitality and prosperity. What entered his eyes was an overflowing life force and surging vitality. Chu Feng unconsciously exhaled and felt his chest relax. There was a sense of contentment amidst the tranquility. He looked down into the distance and felt that something was amiss. Usually, the setting sun would make people melancholy, but now he felt as though he was bathing in the rosy glow of dawn. The boundless clouds beneath his feet transformed into a boundless blue sea. A red sun leapt out from the surface of the sea, carrying with it the aura of a rising sun and the primordial power of all living things. Perhaps I should look at some people and things from a different perspective. The experience was completely different from a different perspective. Presently, he felt as though he had jumped out of a cage. That night, Chu Feng ate soundly and slept soundly. Early the next morning, he borrowed a mount from the old Grandmaster. He wanted to go out for a stroll and look around. The old Grandmaster was astonished and somewhat worried about him. "I want to find a different way to solve my current problem," Chu Feng said with a laugh. "I want to throw away my old burden and escape this swamp of evolution. Now, I want to look at the mountains and rivers as an ordinary person." There was a mountain sparrow on Mount Wudong. Its body was previously gray, but now it was bright red. It was fairly large and could carry people through the sky and earth. Chu Feng sat on the mountain sparrow's back and headed east toward the sea. He observed the landscape along the way and found that many areas were completely different from before. He wasn't aimlessly traveling as a domain researcher. After observing the various mountain ranges, he could clearly feel that the magnetic fields were extremely abnormal. The old Grandmaster wasn't at ease because the number of king-level entities had increased by more than 10 times. Super experts had appeared frequently from all over the world, and it could be considered a global evolution. He had also followed along. Chu Feng stood at the shore of the Eastern Sea and looked at the vast ocean that was even vaster than before. The waves rose and fell, and it was incomparably magnificent. Listening to the sound of the waves and watching the real red sun break free from the surface of the sea, Chu Feng stretched his muscles and bones. He practiced a round of Taiji fist and also the thunderous breathing technique. The Grandmaster asked Chu Feng what he planned to do in the future because he felt that Chu Feng seemed to have let go of his worries and untied the knot in his heart. Could there really be another path? Look at the sea, travel around the famous mountains, pick up that girl. Yes, I mean to start enjoying life and stop fooling around. This kind of words made the Centenarian speechless. Of course, you also have to work hard to become the strongest, Chu Feng added casually. The old Grandmaster nodded. It wasn't good to dampen his enthusiasm, so he let him do as he pleased. "I'm serious. I haven't given up on the path of evolution. I'm only taking a short break midway. The most important thing is that I've discovered a golden path and can't wait to throw myself into it." Chu Feng was in a good mood and was full of smiles. They had once entered the sea and landed on some islands. Then they returned and wandered about the mountains and rivers on land. During this period, Chu Feng didn't forget to take notes while touring the famed mountains. He touched and experienced everything from the earth veins and mountain peaks to the magnets, jade, and underground soil. They had been wandering around outside for half a month with the old Grandmaster accompanying them. This made Chu Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. "It's enough to let the chickadees accompany me." The old Grandmaster suspected that this brat had given up on himself and was going to roll about in the mortal world after touring the famed mountains to enjoy his so-called colorful life. They returned to Mount Wudong several days later. This time, Chu Feng became busy. Every day, he would carve densely packed symbols on the mountain and experiment repeatedly. He was researching domains and wanted to become a Grandmaster in this field. At present, there was no one proficient in domains on Earth. Comparatively speaking, he was an expert. The changes in the terrain revealed the layout of the ancient evolved beings. This allowed him to use it as a reference to improve his attainments. This was a rare opportunity because some regions were covered in astonishing domains. The book Chu Feng had obtained contained a large number of tadpole symbols which he needed to verify their uses. He had already achieved extraordinary results back at Mount Kunlun. He stayed there for a long time and had covered every inch of the land. He had even found many magnets in the 5-kilometer pure land of the Himalayas. There were all kinds of broken and damaged symbols recorded on them. He compared them with the records in the domain Heavenly Book and was able to discern what the half-damaged symbols were. He had long since learned the basics and had already achieved certain results. Now, he wanted to study them in detail and truly grasp them. That was because he had heard from Yellow Cattle that there were some domain experts in other powerful worlds rich in energy. Not only were they skilled in this field, but their own strength was also extraordinary. There was no other reason. Those with peerless talent in domains could lay down some arrays to nourish themselves and achieve special evolutions. For instance, there was a domain genius who had laid down a world-shocking nurturing ground. He used 18 types of domains to construct an area with shockingly dense life energy and used it to strengthen an abandoned phoenix nest. In the end, he achieved 6 great evolutions in the phoenix nest and finally became an almighty with astonishing strength. This kind of evolutionary path was quite odd. He didn't devour mutant fruits, but instead devoured mountains and rivers. His boldness was even greater, and, of course, he also borrowed the phoenix nest nirvana ability. In truth, that so-called phoenix nest was also a type of domain. It was just that it was even more complicated. Ordinary domain researchers couldn't figure it out and couldn't build a nest on their own. They could only borrow the phoenix nest's abandoned nest. When the old Grandmaster heard of Chu Feng's plans and found out what he wanted to do, he was also spellbound. This kind of evolutionary path was truly fascinating. Now that my path has been cut off, I plan to open a new path from the other side and open up the original path, said Chu Feng. He had never thought of giving up. He asked the old Grandmaster to help him find some ancient documents and secret tomes. He wanted to understand more. If he could obtain the experiences left behind by the ancients, it would save him a lot of detours. There had always been legends of true dragons on Earth. They had once roamed the oceans, and there were also records of ancient phoenixes. There were traces of them in many places. He felt that both the true dragon cave and the phoenix nest would be of great use to him. If he could find them, he could use the support of various domains to solve his own problems. He wanted to imitate the ancients and devour the mountains and rivers to evolve. Very well, I'll help you find them. The things in the National Secret Storehouse don't belong to the 3 mutant organizations. I and the others can also go in and search. The old Grandmaster exerted his strength and was extremely efficient. Within a few days, he had brought back some ancient books with yellowed pages. All of them were extremely valuable and unique books. There were indeed records of dragon caves, but it was difficult for Chu Feng to reach them. There were traces of true dragons in the eyes of the Eastern Sea and the Southern Sea. These were the habitats of 2 dragons. It was said that the draconic aura within was so dense that it could catalyze ordinary plants into mutant ones. For instance, the dragon bloodgrass, the dragon embryo tree, and the reverse scale flower. It could be considered a peerless land of treasures. If such a place were to be matched with complex domains and arrangements, it would naturally be able to nurture creatures and help them evolve. At the same time, Chu Feng also found some records of ancient phoenixes from a stack of ancient texts and learned of their whereabouts. There's a bird in the south called the winged chick. Do you know of it? The winged chick originated from the Southern Sea and flew to the Northern Sea. It doesn't stop except for the parasol tree. It was too difficult for Chu Feng to set foot in these areas because it involved the forbidden areas of the ocean. The marine race wouldn't allow him to reach nirvana or devour the mountains and rivers at the bottom of the ocean. They wouldn't let him go there to evolve. I have to find the dragons on land and the ancient phoenixes that occupy the land. However, he knew that the difficulty was just as great. Even during the most prosperous period of evolution, such creatures were extremely rare and had only appeared a few times. However, there was another piece of good news. The old Grandmaster had brought back some bamboo slips, and there were other records which gave Chu Feng some inspiration. There were domain researchers who used 3 magnetic mountains to lay down the 3 flowers above one's prominence and carved out an origin magnetic cave to hide within. In the end, they achieved a super evolution and even achieved an origin magnetic body. Their strength was exceedingly high and they became a great power. Additionally, there were also domain researchers with heaven-defying talents who transformed famed mountains into mutant lands. They regarded themselves as divine roots and used several famed mountains as the foundation to plant themselves. In the end, they molted again and again underground and were reborn continuously. In the end, they achieved great accomplishments. Chu Feng's thoughts wandered. It turned out that there was more than one method. The geniuses among domain researchers actually had various methods to break free from their own weak state. They opened up alternative paths and allowed themselves to transcend. They were even more terrifying than those who walked the path of evolution, devouring mountains and rivers to evolve. As expected, one's boldness is greater and can often overtake those ahead. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. It was just that he frowned, not to mention how difficult it was to find such a special place. Even if he did find it, he didn't have that kind of strength at the present stage. Although he was quite talented in this field, he had only just started and couldn't turn something rotten into something miraculous. The reason he dared to walk this path was because he had found a number of ready-made patterns in the domain heavenly book. He didn't understand them before, but he had recently discovered some clues after fumbling about continuously. Within them, he found a nourishing method. This kind of nourishing wasn't the ordinary nurturing, maintenance, or nourishment. It involved a leap in one's life level and an upgrade in one's constitution. It was evolution. There were tens of thousands of domain symbols. If one had to rely on oneself to arrange them and form a unique domain with one's own style, it would take time to accumulate experience. Additionally, this field was too obscure and even more difficult to walk on in the path of evolution. As such, there were very few people in this field, and only top-grade orthodoxies could nurture them. Now that Chu Feng had found ready-made patterns, he was naturally delighted. Moreover, it seemed those domain patterns were abnormally mature and weren't simple at all. He realized that the origins of this book were even greater than what he and Yellow Cattle had imagined. During the following period, Chu Feng fumbled about continuously. He carved symbols on the mountain rocks and used the special terrain to construct the original patterns. This kind of thing was very particular. Even a single wrong stroke couldn't be done. The arrangement of so many symbols required great care, and the placement had to be precise to the extreme. A slight deviation from the position of the engraved symbols would result in failure and even a great disaster. That was because some tyrannical domains were extremely dangerous. A slight mistake would result in an energy shockwave and a huge explosion. The creator might even die miserably. During these days, Chu Feng had always been cautious. Fortunately, he was only researching nourishing domains and not the tyrannical offensive ones. Otherwise, he would have died a dozen or so times due to the wrong placement of the symbols during the dozen or so failures. Boom! Even so, an explosion occurred during this period. The drifting energy between heaven and earth poured down and disintegrated the entire area. Chu Feng was sent flying with his mouth full of bloody foam. Damn it! Fortunately, Chu Feng had the stone fruit on him. He peeled off the stone skin and ate a bit of the bright red flesh. He was full of vigor and vigor once again. Chu Feng spent the following days to his heart's content. He studied the terrain around Mount Wudong and pondered over the domain symbols left behind by the ancients while constructing a nourishing domain model. In the end, he sighed softly. It was simply impossible for him to recreate that kind of grand, nurturing domain at the moment. It was out of reach because too many materials were needed. For example, special magnetic stones and pure jade stones were all necessary materials. However, he didn't have any of these on hand. He could only carve on ordinary mountain rocks, and the effects were clearly reduced. In the end, after much research, Chu Feng decided to start small and lay down a simple, nourishing domain. This was also a ready-made model from the book. It was a small unit of the larger, nourishing domain and a component of it. That was because Chu Feng didn't have the ability to carve a large domain at the moment. He needed to cover many mountaintops, and the amount of work involved was quite frightening. Bang! In the end, the small domain model engraved on the ordinary mountain rocks only lasted for a short while. Chu Feng didn't even have the time to study it in detail before it disintegrated. He was almost injured by the explosion of the mountain rocks. Fortunately, the energy didn't explode along with it. This small domain model was a success, but due to the lack of materials, its lifespan was extremely short. He sighed softly. He was somewhat envious of those corporations. They possessed astonishing wealth and numerous manpower. If he could command them, he might be able to construct a large domain. The old Grandmaster was quite indifferent and didn't possess world-shocking wealth. There were only a few Tao children training with him on the mountain, and he didn't have any property in the mortal world. With his strength, he could definitely live a luxurious life, but his personality dictated that he lived a simple life, drinking mountain spring water and eating pine nuts. He was no different from a Taoist priest in ancient times who had achieved success in cultivation. After understanding Chu Feng's difficulties, the old Grandmaster went down the mountain to help him find magnetic stones. He also hunted a king-level evil beast and exchanged it for high-quality jade stones. Chu Feng's heart was filled with warmth, but this was still far from what he needed. He could only construct a relatively small domain model. This won't do. I must find a way to use the corporations and have them provide me with materials. Chu Feng began to ponder. But now that he had magnetic stones and jade stones, he naturally wouldn't give up. He began to experiment. As expected, after constructing a small, nourishing domain model, he felt a completely different aura as he stood within it. Dense life energy surged into his body continuously. Very soon, the energy within his body began to increase rapidly. Damn it! But at the critical moment, the black and white grinding stone rotated slowly and once again dispersed the nourishing energy. Chu Feng frowned. If even this path failed, then he really didn't have the slightest hope. He hadn't expected the black and white grinding stone to be so tyrannical. It could crush everything and even disintegrate the nourishing domain he had constructed. If I can lay down a large, nourishing domain that covers all the peaks of Wudong, I might be able to succeed in one go and achieve a tyrannical evolution. But the current conditions didn't allow it. Chu Feng could only borrow the power of the corporations. Chu Feng couldn't find a solution for the time being. He began to research other domain models and constructed them with the materials he had at hand. He wanted to advance continuously in this field. Weapon nurturing art. The second domain model shocked Chu Feng. He had figured out the details. If he could successfully construct this domain, it could be used to nurture weapons and allow them to grow. A large domain was definitely impossible to construct since he lacked the materials. He could only lay down a simplified version. Clang! The flying sword beside him let out a soft cry. Its color became even more vibrant and lustrous. It's really effective? Very soon, Chu Feng let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then his body stiffened and his expression changed completely. At this moment, he felt strands and strands of energy within his body. His body was actually showing signs of improvement. How is this possible? This wasn't a body nurturing art. It should only be suitable for weapons. It's this. Finally, he sensed the source of the change in his situation. It was that black and white grinding stone. It seemed to be being nurtured and becoming more and more condensed. Chu Feng let out a loud cry as though he had pierced through a paper window. He burst into laughter because he felt he had found a solution. Chapter 324. Chu Feng knew the crux of his problem was that black and white grinding stone. It would be fine if he could solve its problem. He had no way to do so in the past. Only after entering the weapon nurturing domain did the situation undergo a fundamental change. Yellow Cattle had said that the black and white matter was taking form and was about to condense into a weapon. Once it took shape, it would be able to help Chu Feng purify his energy and refine his blood energy. This item was priceless. Yellow Cattle also had one in his body. It was a glistening yellow medicine mortar left behind by a Bodhisattva-level evolver. It was extremely special and existed between energy and matter. Only the fairies and saint children of the most top-grade orthodoxies would have such an item. It was simply too rare. Some of the star realms could be counted on one hand since ancient times. Once the item in Chu Feng's body took shape, it would be a great fortune. It could refine his energy and blood energy, improve its quality, and increase his strength explosively. At the same time, it had boundless wondrous uses that would only appear at a higher level. But if this kind of weapon failed to take shape, it would mean that it still carried the attribute of the black matter. This would be a poison to the current Chu Feng. It would exhaust his energy and even corrode his flesh and spirit. Now, the turning point had arrived. The weapon-nurturing domain could help it take shape. Before this, Chu Feng had thought it was a defective product and had failed. That was why he had fallen to such a state. Yellow Cattle had also told him to wait for about 10 days. If it still didn't work, then there wasn't much hope. The black and white grinding stone was flawed. Chu Feng began to experience it in detail after his delight. He sat within the weapon-nurturing domain and felt the changes clearly. His body was no longer withering and could now retain a small amount of energy. The black and white grinding stone was also becoming increasingly solid. This meant that its flaws were disappearing and it was gradually being perfected. Bang! Half a day later, the magnetic stones and pure jade chunks around Chu Feng had all been broken into pieces. They had all been consumed. A small weapon-nurturing domain could only last for half a day and consumed a lot of materials. He knew that there were origin magnetic crystals and even psychic jades in certain places on Earth. Such items would be extremely durable if engraved with domain symbols. Reportedly, there were also origin magnetic divine crystals that could last for tens of thousands of years. Some orthodoxies in the powerful star realms could operate for hundreds of thousands of years. The materials required were even more astonishing. I can't find good materials at the moment, so I can only use ordinary magnetic stones and jade pieces. Chu Feng carved the symbols once again and rearranged the weapon-nurturing domain. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After comprehending the special symbols one step further, his movements became adept and full of beauty. Before long, a new domain was formed. Chu Feng closed his eyes and sensed the energy within his body gurgling and flowing. It was like a dried-up brook had regained its luster and was nourishing the dried-up river, causing it to overflow with vitality. This was a type of enjoyment. Now that he had regained the energy that he had lost, he experienced all sorts of wonders. He could clearly feel that the energy born in his body was purer and more powerful than before. This was caused by the millstone, and it was starting to take effect now. The black and white grinding stone spun, scattering the energy that had entered his body, driving away most of it. Only a small amount was left, but the quality was extremely high. The black and white grinding stone rotated and scattered the energy entering his body. Only a small amount was left, but it was of extremely high quality. But now, it seemed that Chu Feng's body had just taken a turn for the better. He was still far from being able to retain a small amount of high-quality energy. This only proved that the small grinding stone was still flawed. It needed the weapon-nurturing domain to nurture it continuously and perfect it. At night, Chu Feng remained within the weapon-nurturing domain and didn't leave. His changes were obvious. He had returned from an ordinary person to an evolved being. After several days, he was already at the 5th level of the awakened realm. Awakened and shackled. These were the two great realms the beings on Earth were facing. The awakened realm could be divided into 9 levels. He had reached the 5th level in just 5 days. This speed was shocking. Chu Feng discovered that the quality of the energy in his body was much higher than before. It was extremely pure, and his current strength was a level higher than before. This was absolutely astonishing. This was a transformation all evolved beings yearned for even in their dreams. This was especially true for the divine sons and saintesses of some ancient orthodoxies in the outer realms. They strived to transcend those at the same level as them, and this was their tireless pursuit. That was because this was related to their Tao fruits in the future. At present, Chu Feng didn't know about the situation on the other planets, but the changes before his eyes made him understand that this was a great matter. He realized that this black and white grinding stone was truly extraordinary. No wonder Yellow Cattle had said that this was an opportunity to become a sage ancestor. Even in worlds with high energy density, only the descendants of the most top-grade orthodoxies could possess such a secret weapon left behind by a bodhisattva level evolved being. It was exceptionally rare. Chu Feng had condensed this grinding stone himself. It wasn't something left behind by an ancient evolved being or a gift from someone else. This made it even rarer. Chu Feng walked out of the weapon nurturing domain. The energy in his body wouldn't disperse and could be maintained. He could circulate his breathing technique, and a thunderous sound would resonate within his body. His entire body would shine with astonishing light. But after the 6th day, he found that his progress had slowed down. Moreover, there weren't many magnetic stones and other materials left. The old Grandmaster was delighted after learning about Chu Feng's situation. Seeing that there was hope for recovery, he immediately went down the mountain to help him gather materials. The old Grandmaster was quite efficient. For this reason, he had used some of his connections to invite some king-level experts to help him gather materials. He returned very quickly with a large pile of magnetic stones and pure jade stones for Chu Feng to use. Chu Feng's movements became more and more adept. He could complete a small-scale weapon-nurturing domain in the blink of an eye, but the effects were decreasing. During the first 5 days, he had recovered to the 5th level of the awakened realm, but from the 6th to the 10th day, he could only push his strength to the 6th level. He frowned as he clearly realized that the effect of the small-scale weapon-nurturing domain on the black and white grinding stone was decreasing. The flaws of the black and white grinding stone are decreasing. I need a more powerful weapon-nurturing domain to upgrade it and complete its formation, Chu Feng guessed. He felt that there were 2 ways to solve this problem. One was to lay down a large-scale weapon-nurturing domain, but it was too difficult for him at the moment. The other method was to find materials of higher quality. That way, the power of the domain would also be better. Among the materials brought back by the old Grandmaster were some lustrous magnetic stones and some rare jades. Chu Feng had specially picked them out. Afterward, he used these materials to lay down the domain. The results were obvious. On that very day, the black and white grinding stone became more complete, resulting in the energy produced by it becoming purer. On that day, Chu Feng's strength rose to the 7th level of the awakened realm. As expected, my guess was correct. Chu Feng desired some good materials, but it would be difficult for the old Grandmaster to find them. It wouldn't be a problem if he had the backing of a major corporation. Unfortunately, there were only a few special magnetic stones, and they were soon used up. This won't do. I need to borrow the power of those major powers to break free, Chu Feng said. As expected, he only managed to recover to the 8th level of the awakened realm after exhausting large amounts of ordinary materials. The old Grandmaster went down the mountain once again, but the ordinary materials he had brought back were no longer useful to him. He had to find another way. During this period, the flying sword on Chu Feng's body had been nurtured to an extraordinary level. It had become increasingly bright red and lustrous, and its quality had also improved. This was truly astonishing. At the same time, he noticed that an ordinary dagger he had placed beside him for experimentation had also undergone a significant change. It had become abnormally hard and sharp. Within a dozen or so days, this dagger could already cut through daggers made of similar materials. Although it was also damaged, it didn't break. The improvement was obvious. I can cooperate with those corporations and help them nurture their weapons. All right, I heard they've been longing to refine flying swords. They've found many rare materials and actually managed to refine some semi-finished products. I can definitely help them improve further. Chu Feng muttered to himself with a smile. Of course, if his acquaintances were to hear this, they would surely curse silently. Why would he help a corporation? He definitely didn't have any good intentions. Chu Feng asked the old Grandmaster about the situation in the outside world. He wanted to understand the movements of those major powers and cooperate with them. Experts are emerging in large numbers, and new supreme kings are emerging from time to time. The outside world is quite lively with a number of overlord-level experts, said the old Grandmaster. After understanding that Chu Feng was borrowing the power of the corporations, the old man seemed to have thought of something. There will be a distinguished meeting in a few days at the giant city of Jiangning. He told Chu Feng that those people had also invited Chu Feng to attend. Someone from the giant city of Jiangning had sent him an invitation. If it were before, Chu Feng would have rejected the invitation. The old Grandmaster was already used to it and had no intention of telling it first. Very well, I'll accept the invitation this time. Chu Feng decided to come out of seclusion. At the same time, he asked the old Grandmaster about the nature of this meeting and the reason for it. The number of experts is increasing, and some of the supreme kings are fighting each other. Some of them are fighting because of personal feelings, while others are fighting over famed mountains. The purpose of this meeting is for all parties to sit down and discuss a countermeasure. This will reduce conflicts and persuade all parties to work together to deal with the threat from the outer realms. The old Grandmaster said that the new and old kings were constantly fighting against each other. The world had been in chaos recently as peerless experts were contending for hegemony. Chu Feng was astonished. He calculated the time and realized that he had been far away from those disputes ever since his health became problematic. The ice and snow had melted for over 3 months. This also meant that he had disappeared from people's sight for over 3 months. Are those people very powerful? Chu Feng asked. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Some of them are indeed extraordinary. The old Grandmaster nodded. A nearby Taoist boy told Chu Feng that at least 5 groups of people had come to Mount Wudong during the last 3 months. They want to change the owner of this place. One could imagine the situation in the outside world. Some of the overlords had risen to challenge the old Grandmaster in succession and wanted to snatch his Tao arena. How conceited! Fortunately, those groups of people returned in low spirits in the end. After understanding the situation, Chu Feng had an urge to recover immediately and appear in the outside world. He wanted to see who would dare challenge the old Grandmaster's position and deal with them personally. I've been away for so long. I really miss it. I want to have a hot-blooded battle and sweep away those so-called overlords. Chu Feng's eyes were brilliant. A Taoist boy nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Brother Chu, you should recover quickly. Those people are too hateful. Each and every one of them believes themselves infallible and wants to drive us away. Although the old Grandmaster can still suppress them, it's not a good idea to have people come to challenge us all the time. It'll be terrible if something happens one day. Amen. I'll find a way to solve my own problems after leaving this place. I'll return peace to this place in the future, said Chu Feng. He hadn't expected the outside world to change so quickly after 3 months. A large number of experts had risen, and some supreme kings would come to Mount Wudong to challenge the old Grandmaster from time to time. In the following days, Chu Feng was still studying domains with great concentration. Because he was about to leave the mountain, he had to make some preparations. It can make people lose their souls. This kind of tadpole script isn't bad. Chu Feng disassembled some special symbols from one of the offensive domain models in the Heavenly Book and found that they had wondrous uses. He was delighted and began to carve some magnetic stones. Several days later, he and the old Grandmaster set out and arrived at the giant city of Jiangning. Jiangning was known as one of the 4 great ancient capitals. It had a long history, and many dynasties had built their capital here. It could be considered glorious and splendid. This was where the headquarters of Deity Biomedicals was located. Bodhi Biogenetics also had important laboratories and industries in this area. Chapter 325. Jiangning, Xuanwu Lake, with Mount Zhijin to the east and Ming City to the west. This was the largest imperial garden in ancient China, also known as Mulberry Lake or Rear Lake. It had a long history dating back to the pre-Qin period. Ouyang Xiu had once praised, Jinling is the most beautiful than Rear Lake, and Qiantang is the most beautiful than West Lake. The current Rear Lake was as clear as jade. Strands of purple mist were rising from it, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. Chu Feng and the old Grandmaster had arrived. They approached the lake and could feel the dense vitality. Golden carps would leap out from the lake from time to time, some of them several meters long and flickering with multicolored light. "This way, please. There is someone standing guard here." After seeing the two's invitation, he revealed an astonished expression, but concealed it well. He was only responsible for leading the way. That was because he had been warned not to make a fuss no matter who they met. One had to know that many famous people and experts would be here this time. Why does that person look so familiar to me? Someone in the back stared at Chu Feng's silhouette with an odd expression on his face. However, Chu Feng didn't turn back and only followed the old grandmaster on the grassy ground. As the ice and snow melted and the whole world evolved rapidly, the area around the lake was completely different. Now, it wasn't inferior to the famed mountains. There were strange grasses and mutant trees by the lakeshore. Many corporations, such as Bodhi Biogenetics and Celestial Biology, had taken control of this area. Gardens and villas were everywhere. It can't be. Who did I just see? That person looks like Chu Feng. Someone stared at the figure by the lakeshore in astonishment. In the recent 3 months, Chu Feng had disappeared from everyone's sight. There had been no news about him for a long time. People's gazes were all focused on the newly risen hegemon. Now that he had suddenly returned and appeared here, these people were all astonished. This isn't ordinary news. Are you sure it's him? Looks like him. Those people chased over, extremely excited, but they were stopped by someone unable to get close. Suddenly, there was a great commotion in the distance. Raging flames surged in the sky as a ferocious redbird descended from the sky, spitting out scarlet flames just like the legendary vermilion bird. Doubtlessly, this was a king-level entity. It was extremely powerful and emitted a terrifying aura, intimidating many evolvers in the vicinity. Which great demon king is this? His aura is too strong. Some people were alarmed. The red mutant bird was 150 meters long. When it landed on the ground, it stirred up violent winds. Scarlet, multicolored light overflowed, and rich energy spread out like waves. The few people who had been staring at Chu Feng's back were also instantly attracted to him, just like everyone else. It's only a mount. People were moved. One had to know that this beast was at least an expert with 4 or 5 severed shackles. There was a palace on the back of the red, ferocious bird, and it was being used as a temporary residence. At this moment, a few people walked out and stepped onto the back of the ferocious bird, leaping onto the ground. The leader was a young man in a purple shirt. His hair was slightly long, reaching past his ears and falling to his shoulders. He looked very elegant, and his eyes were very bright. He was not very old, only about 25 or 26 years old. He had a faint smile on his face, and his entire person was filled with an indescribable spirit. Even though he had a smile on his face and was very peaceful, he gave off a sense of reserved sharpness. This was definitely not an ordinary person. It's the young grandmaster of the Baji school, Gao Yuan. It was actually the young grandmaster of the Baji school who had arrived. This caused quite a commotion. This was an evolver who had caught up from behind and had cultivated the Baji fist to the acme of perfection, especially since it was rumored that he had plucked 8 purple lightning fruits near Mount Zhongnan, pushing him to become a top-grade king-level expert. Moreover, his fist techniques were imbued with the lightning attribute, making it difficult for people to defend against them. There were even rumors that his fist techniques had even developed divine abilities. The people of the Baji school are indeed powerful to have a fierce bird with 5 severed shackles as a mount. How bold! Some people whispered in admiration and fear. I wonder if that old grandmaster has arrived. There were also people who glanced at the temporary residence on the back of the redbird. Everyone knew that the rise of the Baji school was too rapid. Apart from this young expert Gao Yuan, they also had a 100-year-old grandmaster with divine fist techniques. Gao Yuan walked forward and was immediately welcomed by people. Facing such an esteemed guest, the people here didn't dare to be negligent. All of them were smiling. Before long, a super sports car with smooth lines and bright luster arrived. It was obvious at a glance that it belonged to a woman. It came to a stop here with a rumble. Many experts and celebrities had arrived today. Naturally, there were all kinds of eye-catching means of transportation. The people were already somewhat used to it. But this person still attracted everyone's attention when she got down. Jiang Luoshan, someone shouted. After several months, Jiang Luoshan had become even more beautiful. Her beautiful hair hung loosely behind her. Her face was lustrous and flawless, and her eyes were like black gems. Her figure was extremely good. Her curves were undulating as she stepped out of the car with her long legs. Many people's gazes were peculiar and somewhat fiery. It's reported that this national goddess has become a king on Mount Putao, someone whispered. The great evolution of the world had changed many things and people. There were experts who stayed strong, and there were also those who overtook others. Jiang Luoshan wasn't weak to begin with, and with the backing of a major corporation, it was impossible for her not to improve, even if she didn't want to. After becoming a queen, her charm became even greater. Her eyes were like flowing water, and her lips were bright red. Every movement of hers was beautiful and captivating. Jiang Luoshan walked away gracefully with a smile on her face. She asked the person leading the way if Linoy had arrived. Apparently, she was trying to get some clues. Bodhi biogenetics and celestial biology had always been in a competitive relationship. Moreover, the two women were both goddess-level characters. Although they seemed to be on good terms, there was no lack of comparison. Whoosh! Astral winds whistled as a silver figure appeared in the sky and spiraled down. It was actually a Wester dragon. Its entire body was white and shiny, and it was suffused with a divine aura. Silver Dragon Ricula. Many people cried out in surprise. This silver dragon was too famous in the West. He was a supreme king who had risen to prominence in the last 3 months. His strength was terrifying, and it was rumored that he possessed a divine bloodline. He landed on the ground and transformed into a silver-haired young man with a charming smile on his face. One had to admit that this Wester dragon's temperament was extremely good and could be considered a rare beauty. Even the experts of the West had come. It was clear that all parties attached great importance to this distinguished meeting. Benefactor Ricula, nice to meet you. I didn't expect us to arrive together. In the distance, a man riding a white elephant arrived. He had short hair and was a monk draped in a kasaya. He seemed to be less than 30 years of age. Although he was very quiet, there was a surging blood energy in his body. A senior monk from India, someone recognized his identity. Both the silver dragon Ricula and this young monk could speak the Eastern language, so it wasn't difficult for them to communicate. After they landed on the ground, they laughed and left into the distance. It could be said that many experts had come. Many famous people had come. Moments later, a silver-gray flying machine arrived at supersonic speed. After landing on the lawn, a sonic boom was heard in the sky and attracted many people's attention. A flying saucer. The group of people opened their eyes wide and stared at the flying machine in disbelief. They were all incomparably astonished. At this time, a few people walked out from the flying saucer. One of them was a blue-haired woman with astonishing beauty. There was a sparkling horn on her head, and she possessed an otherworldly bearing. There were also a few people beside her, such as the seabed humans and sea monkeys with bronze scales all over their bodies. All of them had terrifying energy fluctuations and were top-notch experts. Dragoness, this is a group of marine race experts. Many people were nervous. After the ice and snow melted, the world changed rapidly and caused Xuanwu Lake to expand more than 10 times. At the end of the lawn, there was a narrow green space that led to Xuanwu Lake like a pontoon bridge. There was a large island inside that was connected to the mainland. Chu Feng and the old Grandmaster had already arrived on the island. Many people had already arrived here, and the garden and villa areas were indistinct. He saw a few familiar faces. Heavens, who's that person? Chu Feng. It was impossible for Chu Feng to not attract attention after arriving on the island. Someone noticed him immediately. Some people in the vicinity turned their heads and revealed astonished expressions. Not far from Chu Feng, Su Wani was shocked out of her wits. The wine glass in her hand almost fell to the ground. She gently stroked her chest, her face slightly pale. Back then, Chu Feng had killed her younger sister, Su Wanqing, and the young master of the Mu family. Because of this, she had been filled with hatred and had been constantly plotting against him. In the end, Chu Feng's rapid rise to power and rule over celestial biology had almost scared her to death. Even though Chu Feng had disappeared during the past 3 months, and it was rumored that he had been crippled, Su Wani was still restless and afraid when they met again. Fortunately, Chu Feng only glanced at her and didn't pay any more attention. "Brother Chu, I've long heard your great name. I didn't expect to meet you today. Nice to meet you." The first to arrive was a white-robed man. He was very refined and had a jade-like complexion. He could be considered a peerlessly handsome man. Chu Feng was astonished. He had met this young man once and had a deep impression of him. That was because he had obtained the Xingyi fist manual from him. This was Su Qing, a heavenly genius of the Xingyi sect. He had long since become a true grandmaster at this age and was already a top-grade expert with 6 severed shackles. He introduced himself with a calm expression and didn't seem to have any hostility. However, Chu Feng was vigilant. This was an extremely dangerous character who had always been scheming in the dark. He was cautious and meticulous, and his strength was astonishing. Chu Feng had used the true form of the Xingyi fist during his battles. Most of his opponents had been killed by him, and only a portion of the marine race had escaped. He didn't know if Su Qing had come into contact with the marine race. If he knew the inside story, he probably wouldn't be friendly with him. However, the white-robed Su Qing was very gentle and had an outstanding temperament. He smiled and chatted happily with Chu Feng. The atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. To be honest, I didn't have much of a relationship with Brother Chu in the past, and even had a bad impression of you. However, many things happened after that. I learned that the divine sons and fairies from the outer realms would descend at any time. I felt that I was somewhat unbearable in the past. Now that I've met Brother Chu, I regret not having met you earlier. Su Qing's words had a hidden meaning, and he was still so humble. Chu Feng was naturally very easygoing and got along well with him. At this time, the young grandmaster of the Baji sect, Gao Yuan, arrived. After entering the island, he happened to see Chu Feng and Su Qing not far away. "Oh, so this is Chu Feng? Interesting, he actually appeared today." Gao Yuan had shoulder-length hair, and his eyes were bright. He walked over accompanied by a group of people. Chapter 326. I saw someone say that I had attacked the Wang family again. That scared me. I quickly checked and found a typo. It should be Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was the most eye-catching king-level expert recently. His reputation had soared, and he had defeated many famous kings along the way, establishing his current status as a top king. The 8 Extremes fist had been cultivated to perfection, and his strength was world-shaking. Now, his fist seals could already display divine abilities. "Brother Gao, it's best not to act rashly. The old Grandmaster of Wudong is also here," a person beside him advised. "What do you take me for? He's just a cripple. Do I need to fight him?" Gao Yuan laughed. He could naturally sense that the energy in Chu Feng's body was thin. As powerful as he was, his divine instincts were sharp. Chu Feng of the Awakened Realm could not hide from Gao Yuan no matter how hard he tried. The young master of the 8 Extreme School is here. The people nearby all revealed strange expressions after seeing Gao Yuan. That was because this young grandmaster of the 8 Extreme School was in the limelight and was now a star-level expert. He had once said that Chu Feng had been crippled and that he was very regretful. He had originally wanted to exchange pointers with him. Now that the two had met, what would happen to Gao Yuan? The people in the surroundings were all paying close attention. Gao Yuan arrived in front of Chu Feng and sized up this once illustrious, but now crippled youth. He was even younger than him, which made him reveal a strange expression. "You are Chu Feng? Your name is well known, but it's a pity that you won't be able to fight me again." Gao Yuan was quite direct. It was unknown whether it was because of his true nature or because his words were harsh and overbearing. Many people in the vicinity were paying attention. This was the first time Chu Feng had made an appearance after 3 months. How should he deal with a newly risen, peerless king-level expert who had come knocking on his door? Even though Chu Feng had been crippled, he was still the center of attention. Now, this area was rather quiet. The people nearby were all looking in this direction. Chu Feng was very calm and said, "Fighting and killing is the most boring thing. I've quit." The people were stunned after hearing these words. The evolvers present were all tongue-tied, their gazes strange. He actually said such words. It really made them speechless. In the past, who didn't know his name, he had slaughtered his way here and gained an illustrious reputation. His enemies called him Demon King Chu because he was the most savage. He actually said that killing was meaningless and that he had stopped. Someone at the side couldn't help but laugh. This answer was too casual. Was this thing a ring? You were the one who crippled yourself? Okay. However, no one dared to mock him. Even now, they were still afraid of his power. Moreover, this person had never acted according to common sense. He had already spread the news that his body was about to fail, but in the end, he shamelessly carried out several final battles. Gao Yuan was astonished. Clearly, he did not expect Chu Feng to respond so lightly. It was as if he was playing Tai Chi, directly defeating him with little effort. At this time, the old Grandmaster of Mount Wudong greeted an acquaintance and returned. He looked at Gao Yuan and said, "How was your Grandmaster?" "Greetings, Senior. The Grandmaster of the Baji School is doing very well. His body is strong, and his spirit is hale and hearty. He's always wanted to exchange pointers with you," Gao Yuan said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. This was a battle between two great masters. In terms of fist techniques, there might be no one in the present world who could compare to them. Their accomplishments were unimaginable. Other people's strength was profound because they had borrowed the power of mutant fruits to evolve during the great upheavals. Meanwhile, such a centenarian would already be a fist technique grandmaster in normal times. Chu Feng said, "I don't like hearing this. Your grandmaster is so powerful. Why didn't he come to exchange pointers with me when I was healthy?" He was soliciting work. He was taking on that possible challenge. His words were similar to Gao Yuan's just now. It was as if he was revealing his true nature, but also as if he was pressuring others. Many people revealed odd expressions. Some of his former opponents could hardly hide the excitement in their eyes. This Demon King Chu was still the same as before. He was stirring up trouble again. As everyone saw it, the current him was already crippled. How could he fight? He wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if he really provoked the Baji school. Those former opponents naturally hoped that Chu Feng would suffer a setback. They were secretly delighted and looked forward to some things happening. Gao Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Chu Feng, you were indeed extraordinary in the past. However, our Baji school was unlucky and couldn't find enough mutant fruits to evolve. I didn't show myself before you became famous, and you declined after I became famous. I'm indeed regretful that we couldn't have a real battle." Everyone's eyes flickered. This young master of the Baji school was indeed unconvinced of the past Chu Feng and didn't recognize his former position. A wisp of a smile appeared on Gao Yuan's lips. "I see you can use energy from the awakened realm. How about we exchange a few moves and weigh each other up? I won't bully you and will only use energy from the awakened realm." At this moment, the former opponents were all excited. They looked at Chu Feng and then at Gao Yuan with great anticipation. Even the white-robed Su Qing was moved. He wanted to see the result of this battle. "Forget it, it's not interesting." Chu Feng shook his head. "You don't dare? Are you afraid that your hard-earned prestige will be tarnished?" Gao Yuan smiled faintly. Momentarily, many gazes fell upon Chu Feng. Those who could come here weren't easy to deal with. "I just feel that doing so would be bullying you. There's no suspense in my victory." "It's too boring," said Chu Feng. These words were full of conceit and caused an uproar among the crowd. This is indeed his style. He's always so bold no matter what opponent he faces, someone mumbled. Of course, the words bold could also be replaced with conceit or arrogance. However, that person didn't dare to mock him in such a way because he had some misgivings about him. In truth, many people were speechless. This opponent was now crippled, yet his nature was still so difficult to change. His attitude of being the only supreme made some people unhappy. Of course, there were also many people here who had a favorable impression of Chu Feng. Now, they sighed and felt that this might be the reason why Chu Feng could sweep through all obstacles in the past. His mentality was too good. Now that he had fallen to such a state, he was still so confident as if he was invincible. This was the tenacity of an expert. Gao Yuan was very unhappy. After he rose up, he swept through all his opponents and became one of the most resplendent kings. There was no one who didn't know about him. This Chu Feng was crippled, yet he still dared to be so ostentatious. However, he glanced at Chu Feng and didn't get angry. He calmly said, "Then, let me see how you can bully me." At this time, someone suddenly rushed over and said to Gao Yuan, "Brother Gao, this way please. The Hollow Jade Temple Master and the other seniors are already waiting for you on the other island." Everyone revealed expressions of envy when they heard this. That was because there was more than one island in the Xuanwu Lake. The other island was where many senior experts gathered. They were all peak-level kings, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. Gao Yuan was so young, yet he was already like the sun in the sky with shocking strength. Now, he was valued by the Hollow Jade Temple Master and the others, and was even personally invited. "Okay, I'll go immediately." Gao Yuan nodded. He then glanced at Chu Feng and said, "We'll meet again in a bit. I really want to see how you're going to bully me." Chu Feng was relatively calm. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, you can go first. Come back later to receive my fists." Gao Yuan wasn't a good-tempered person. He had been restraining himself all this time, making himself appear very magnanimous. Now, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. The group was stunned and glanced at each other. They were seriously suspecting whether or not Chu Feng was really crippled. Even now, he was still so carefree and not the slightest bit worried about himself. If it were anyone else, they would have long since become an ordinary person. They would have long since found a deserted place to lick their wounds. How would they still dare to be as sharp as before? What do you guys know? This is a true expert. Even if there's something wrong with his body, his mentality is still peerless. It was at this time that someone spoke. In any case, Gao Yuan had already left, so there was nothing to fear. As expected of Demon King Chu. "Sai, this uncle is too awesome." In the distance, Xiong Kuin sighed in agreement. He, Hu Sheng, and the others had also arrived. They saw everything clearly and were somewhat speechless. Of course, there were also people who curled their lips. It was at this time that someone came to invite the Wudong Grandmaster to another island to discuss some matters. It was impossible for someone of his status to not be known even if he didn't want to. The old Grandmaster sighed and glanced at Chu Feng. Didn't the Hollow Jade Temple Master and the others know that Chu Feng had also come? They had invited Gao Yuan away, but not Chu Feng. "Old Grandmaster, this way please. The marine race has also arrived. This time, all parties are discussing and will need to come up with some rules. You must go," the newcomer invited politely. Chu Feng understood the old Grandmaster's intentions after seeing this. He wanted to bring him along, but the latter shook his head. He didn't want to go there. "Very well, you be careful here." He wasn't too worried about the old Grandmaster's departure. He had already experienced the strange magnetic stone on Chu Feng's body and was confident that Chu Feng could protect himself. At the same time, the old Grandmaster didn't believe that there would be anyone who would risk universal condemnation to kill Chu Feng. At most, they would only oppose him verbally. If they dared to act so brazenly, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster for themselves. After all, Chu Feng had saved many fierce people on Mount Longhu. These were all protective talismans. The white-robed Su Qing was very low-key and wasn't invited. He was very calm and kept chatting harmoniously with Chu Feng. At this time, Xiong Kuan, Hu Sheng, and Lu Qing ran over. They were just as enthusiastic as before and didn't show any coldness just because Chu Feng had been crippled. Chu Feng revealed a smile and chatted happily with them while holding a glass of red wine. Xiong Kuan whispered, Brother-in-law, you're really bold because of your skills. There are constantly supreme kings rising up outside. Many new kings want to challenge your old position to prove themselves. There are also some star-level kings like Gao Yuan, and some are even stronger. It makes people feel uneasy for you to come to the meeting like this. It's fine. They're all clay chickens and pottery dogs, Chu Feng said calmly. I'm going to faint. Hu Sheng's eyes were long and narrow as he shrank his neck. He was much more cautious than Xiong Kuan and felt that this person really dared to say anything. No matter how carefree Xiong Kuan was, he was now speechless. Did this brother-in-law think he could look down on the world? He was a little too conceited. Isn't he a little too arrogant? Someone in the distance said. Brother-in-law, let's be careful with our words. Don't let others hate us, Xiong Kuan said in a low voice. Chu Feng nodded and said, yes, the romantic years are all in the past. Let's not talk about those rotten things of fighting and killing. It's really boring. I hate violence. Many of his former enemies were present. They wanted to cry after hearing this. Who was as violent as him in the past? Now hearing such words made them want to beat him up. Chu Feng, Jiang Luotian approached. She was deeply surprised to see him here and dared to appear. She had a slender figure and a pair of long legs. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she was known as the national goddess. Her appearance and charm were indeed impeccable. We haven't seen each other for such a short time, and you already don't recognize me? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Luotian smiled sweetly and said, You've come to Jiangning. Let me think. Are you here to see your first love, Linoy? This is her territory after all. Obviously, she had always been competing with Linoy. She would never forget to drag her down with her. You're thinking too much. Chu Feng replied indifferently. He then glanced at her and said, Aren't we even closer? Everyone was shocked. What did he just hear? Was Chu Feng personally confirming that he and Jiang Luotian had an old relationship? There used to be a lot of scandals about them, but they were gradually cleared up later on. Stop it. Jiang Luotian hurriedly changed the topic. She was really worried that Chu Feng would expose her. Thinking of the fact that the two of them had slept in the same bed, her fair and sparkling face almost turned red. She quickly combed her long hair to hide her embarrassment. Why are you here? I know your temperament. Jiang Luotian felt that Chu Feng definitely had a reason for coming here. I missed everyone here, so I came to see you, Chu Feng said shamelessly. The group of people who used to be his enemies were all looking askance at him. They wanted to curse and yell at him. Those who had a good impression of Chu Feng were a little sad. They felt that he had been forgotten because he was crippled. Now that he had come to see him again, they felt complicated. Actually, I came here to help my old friends make weapons. Recently I've been observing the sky at night, and I've been enlightened. I want to gift it to you all, Chu Feng said shamelessly. He was not embarrassed at all. Is this the quality of an expert? Arrogant and thick-skinned? Someone muttered. Jiang Luotian urged. Hurry up and tell me why you're here. If you're looking for Linoy, I'll help you call her. Chu Feng withdrew his smile and said with a solemn expression, To tell you the truth, I'm currently studying how to forge weapons with spiritual attributes. I can upgrade some weapons and even refine flying swords. This time, I'm here to cooperate with everyone. The group was shocked. They were somewhat suspicious and didn't quite believe him. In fact, this was too sudden. Many people thought he was joking and couldn't take it seriously. I swear on my character that I'm not lying. Chu Feng's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. People were astonished. Was this for real? Isn't this the all-powerful Demon King Chu? Now, tisk. It was at this time that a purple-haired young man walked over. He was incomparably handsome and possessed a demonic temperament. His face was full of mockery and unbridled. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chu Feng. There were a few people beside him, some from the beast race and some from the human side. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He said with a smile, Kong Sheng, you're actually still alive. I remember shooting you a few times back then. One of them landed on your buttocks and caused you to bleed profusely, yet you're still able to recover. This person was Kong Sheng. At that time, Chu Feng wasn't even a king-level expert yet. He had an intense conflict with the peacock race and the weasels of the Mount Pan lineage. This young man was the leader of the enemy. At that time, Kong Sheng led a group of beast race youths in Shantian. Their momentum was flourishing, and many human powers tried their best to rope them in. That day, Chu Feng killed the quasi-kings of the peacock race and weasel race. Only Kong Sheng escaped with heavy injuries. Who would have thought that he would appear again today? The current Kong Sheng had long since become a king-level expert. Moreover, his strength was astonishing. In truth, with his strength back then, as a favored descendant of the Peacock King, he would have become a king-level expert a long time ago, even if the heaven and earth didn't continue to evolve. Now that he had appeared, his hatred for Chu Feng was naturally carved into his bones. His eyes were cold. Kong Sheng retracted the cold glint in his eyes and laughed. What? The great demon king Chu has changed his profession to a blacksmith. Where's your peerless spirit from before? How pitiful. What do you know? Do you think you could show off in front of me just because you've severed 5 shackles? In the past, I killed you like slaughtering a dog and chased you until you had nowhere to run to. But now, you're nothing in my eyes. Chu Feng's words were not polite at all. This caused Kong Sheng's expression to change. Chu Feng was full of disdain. He had never shown a good expression to his enemies. Momentarily, the whole place became silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the scene. They had a premonition that an intense conflict was about to break out. The Wudong Grandmaster and the other Beast Kings are protecting you. I won't kill you, but I can still teach you a lesson, Kong Sheng said coldly. He waved his hand, and a group of people stepped forward. There were beasts and humans among them. All of them had clashed with Chu Feng in the past. What kind of ability is this? Would you have dared to appear when Chu Feng's body was fine? Acting violent now is a sign of incompetence. Someone said, Don't be rude. Xiong Kun, Hu Sheng, and the others rebuked as they blocked the way. Kong Sheng was calm and unruffled. He took a step forward and said, He can't do anything himself. How can he blame others? Now that his strength is no longer sufficient, he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of us. Does he really think he's still the Demon King Chu of the past? This is a sign that he doesn't know the difference between life and death. All of you, get out of my way. You, Hu Sheng, and the others were both angry and worried. Kong Sheng, let it go. Jiang Luoshan also tried to dissuade him. All of you step back. It was at this time that Chu Feng spoke, ordering everyone to step back. He said calmly, At first, I was surprised that Gao Yuan wanted to come over and receive a punch. I thought he would be the first to cry for his parents, but I didn't expect you guys to be even more impatient than him. Come over here. The group of people was dumbfounded. He really dared to speak like this. Did he really think he was still at the peak? At the same time, there were people who sympathized with Gao Yuan. He had once again been shot in the back by Demon King Chu. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You've gotten used to thinking that you're infallible. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Kong Sheng's handsome face carried a tyrannical smile as he brought his men closer. However, at this time, Chu Feng lightly kicked a magnetic stone under his feet and changed his direction. Following that, many other magnetic stones in the vicinity lit up, and the entire area changed. I'll give this to you as well. Chu Feng threw a magnetic stone with carved runes on it toward the ground in front of him. In the end, the crowd discovered an astonishing scene. Kong Sheng and the others were swaying left and right as if they had lost their souls. Each and every one of them was on the verge of collapsing. I hate violence the most. Fighting and killing are meaningless, but you guys always force me to do so, Chu Feng said as he walked over. Although he said he hated killing and didn't like violence, in the end, he went up and gave Kong Sheng a few big slaps. The slaps were so loud that Kong Sheng fell limply to the ground. Chapter 327. Everyone was astonished. Kong Sheng was a king-level entity with 5 severed shackles. His strength was extraordinary, but at this moment, he was lying motionless like a pile of mud. What kind of situation was this? Kong Sheng was slapped several times and fell limp to the ground. Get up, don't play dead. Chu Feng looked down at him and kicked him a few times with an impatient expression. The peacock race was naturally handsome. Both men and women were rarely ugly. Kong Sheng's figure was tall, and his face was as fair as jade. His style was outstanding, causing many women to feel ashamed of their inferiority. Now, there were many footprints on his lustrous face, some green and some purple. It was painful to look at. Chu Feng didn't hold back at all. With just a few kicks, even the king-level entity was badly battered and swollen. Nearby, the hearts of some of the young mutant girls were broken. Just a moment ago, they saw the handsome Kong Sheng speaking with confidence and composure. But in the blink of an eye, he was trampled underfoot. This contrast was too great. So this is the Peacock King's grandson? How weak. When I was beating up your grandfather, he could at least exchange a few moves with me before running away. You're too weak. Why did you faint the moment you saw me? There's no point in teaching you a lesson like this. Chu Feng shook his head as he spoke with a look of disdain. Everyone at the scene was speechless. This scene was too unconventional. One had to know that Kong Sheng had mobilized a large number of people to surround Chu Feng. He knew that Chu Feng had been crippled, so he had put on an expression as if he wanted to teach Chu Feng a good lesson. But in the blink of an eye, he was the one who had been beaten up. Chu Feng squatted down and picked Kong Sheng up. He then gave him another round of slaps. The handsome Kong Sheng was already swollen like a pig's head. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Some people whispered from his side. They couldn't accept that a crippled person was beating up a king-level expert. Everyone realized that the glowing magnetic stones in the meadow had played an astonishing role. Kong Sheng's group had suffered a huge setback. Thump! Chu Feng kicked Kong Sheng far away. His attitude was as if he was dealing with a ragged sack or scarecrow. It was so casual and rough that it made one's hair stand on end. Kong Sheng, a rising star on the hero ranking board. He is said to have great potential, yet he was abused by someone just like that. This is simply unbearable. A veteran king-level expert entered the island and happened to see this scene. He was so shocked that he tore off a tuft of his beard and muttered to himself, dumbfounded. He was truly shocked. Jiang Luotian blinked her beautiful eyes. She was also shocked. She had not expected such an outcome. What a pity Kong Sheng. The others also felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. It was truly strange. Kong Shengxiao had recently risen to prominence. He had great potential and was known as the second Peacock King. Today, he was beaten up as soon as he showed his face. No matter how great his achievements were in the future, this was a stain that could not be washed away. Everyone, I just said that I've been researching weapons recently. Teaching Kong Sheng a lesson is just a small interlude in executing the weapon nurturing technique. What do you think of the results? Chu Feng spoke as he pulled out a dagger from the ground. Strands of energy could be seen converging into the dagger. Everyone's expressions became odd. This fellow was too sarcastic. Introducing his weapon-nurturing technique in such a manner was indeed eye-catching, but it was a tragedy for Kong Sheng. He was reduced to a background wall. In the future, it would be fine if this so-called weapon-nurturing technique remained unknown. But once it became effective and became famous throughout the world, there would be no shortage of people talking about how it came into being. At that time, Kong Sheng would be in deep trouble. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Feng did not stop because the people who had accompanied Kong Sheng had also fainted on the ground. After a round of violent kicks, all of them were bleeding from their mouths and noses. Their eyes were swollen like steamed buns. Within moments, they had all turned into pig-headed demons. All of this was naturally related to domains. The soulless symbols on the magnetic stones played a crucial role. The scenery on the other island was beautiful. Everyone here was a king-level entity with 6 severed shackles. This area was covered in lush greenery and was filled with fallen flowers. It was like a paradise. Some of the old trees were blooming with sparkling flowers, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The lake water was steaming with purple mist. The grass on the shore was soft, and there were many jade tables. A group of king-level experts were sitting on the ground, discussing important matters. The Peacock King's pupils constricted as he stood up with a leap and left. At the same time, the Wudong Grandmaster also left his seat and followed him. Everyone was astonished. What had happened? Very soon, the Hollow Jade Temple Master also received the report. He revealed an astonished expression and couldn't help but glance at the other island. He had never imagined that Chu Feng would still dare to act so domineeringly. He had long since known that Chu Feng had arrived. He thought that the latter would only show his face and come out for a walk. He wouldn't be as spirited and confident as before. In truth, some people had suggested inviting Chu Feng here not long ago. The Hollow Jade Temple Master didn't express his opinion and was leaning towards the wishes of the corporations. But now, it seemed that Chu Feng would attract attention no matter where he went. On this island, the group of Supreme Kings received the news one after another. They knew that Chu Feng had arrived and was displaying his might to teach the Peacock King's direct descendant a lesson. For a moment, all the peerless kings revealed odd expressions and complicated emotions. Who would know Chu Feng? They were deeply astonished that he actually dared to appear and wouldn't be lenient in his attacks. Since Chu Feng is here and he was once a top-grade expert, why not invite him over to meet everyone? Someone suggested. That makes sense. Some people nodded with a smile. Among them were people from the corporations and marine race experts. Many of them were enemies of Chu Feng. They felt that it was a good idea to invite Chu Feng here now that he was crippled. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Now, he had become a target to be looked down upon. Some people were happy to see him in distress. They wanted him to understand that he had fallen from the high heavens into the abyss and was no longer the world-shaking Demon King Chu. By the time the Peacock King arrived, he heard Chu Feng sighing and shaking his head. Fighting and killing are the most boring. He revealed a disdainful expression as he spoke. However, the Peacock King's eyes revealed a murderous glint when he saw the people on the ground. The people on the ground, including Kong Sheng, were in a miserable state. They had been beaten to the point where they didn't look like humans anymore. Their faces and bodies were so swollen that they couldn't even move. Just now, Chu Feng had smashed them with his violet gold thunder hammer, breaking their bones and tearing their tendons. Their bodies were char-black, and they couldn't move even after waking up. The Peacock King was about to kill someone. Was this the so-called fighting and killing is the most boring? As for the people around them, they had long since hidden far away. Seeing the Peacock King arrive, they were all apprehensive. They knew something big was about to happen. Boom! The Peacock King raised his hand and was about to slap Chu Feng to death. He had no misgivings because he had always opposed the other party and had a great enmity with him. He wasn't afraid, even if he were to be surrounded and attacked afterwards. Chu Feng had long since seen him. The surrounding magnetic stones began to glow and suffused with a hazy mist before vanishing completely. Thump! However, there was no need for Chu Feng to activate his domain. The old Grandmaster took action and grabbed the Peacock King's hand, dispersing all of his energy. If you touch him, I'll definitely destroy your peacock race. The old Grandmaster spoke with a solemn expression. This shocked everyone nearby. This old man rarely acted so fiercely, but now he had spoken like this. It was obvious that he wasn't just speaking casually. Ah, old Grandmaster, you're too confident. How about we kill him today? It was at this time that a man walked over from outside the island. His steps were light and silent. He was still a couple of kilometers away from the island. The Nine Lives Cat, you're really still alive. Chu Feng was shaken. His eyes turned cold after seeing this middle-aged man. Back then, he had gone all out to break the Nine Lives Cat's body and twisted his neck when he was intercepted by the Nine Lives Cat and the Golden Crow. If it were anyone else, they would have surely died. During that battle, the Nine Lives Cat had been carried away by the Golden Crow. Today, he had appeared once again. It said that cats have 9 lives. It's not just a joke. Chu Feng sighed. Chu Feng, thanks to you, I underwent nirvana once and lost one of my lives. When I recovered, my close friend, the Golden Crow, was actually killed by you in the Void Jade Temple. I must take revenge for this enmity." The Nine Lives Cat said coldly. He had been killed once, and even the Golden Crow, who had saved him, had been killed afterward. This filled him with both hatred and anger. A loser, someone who's been killed before, dares act so impudently before me? Come, 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 I'm standing right here. Come and try to kill me." Chu Feng stood there without any change in his expression. This time, everyone was astonished. The Nine Lives Cat and the Peacock King had arrived. They weren't people Kong Sheng and the others could compare to. They were peerless kings. How many people could contend against them? The Nine Lives Cat sneered and looked down at Chu Feng. "You've already become a cripple. You've learned a bit of domain arts, but it's just a small trick. Do you think you could trap a supreme king? Today, I'll let you understand that external objects and powers are all illusions. Everything depends on one's own strength. Otherwise, it's all an illusion and rootless duckweed. Killing you is as easy as flipping one's palm." The Nine Lives Cat was extraordinary and knew about domains. He arrived with his hands behind his back and a disdainful expression on his face. However, his body was surging with killing intent and alarmed all the experts around Chuanwu Lake. This was the power of a peerless king with boundless energy. Everyone was alarmed as they glanced at Chu Feng. They thought about how he had suppressed the Cat King in the past and almost killed him. What kind of might was this? Now that he was crippled, the contrast was too obvious. Now, his life and death were in the hands of others. Demon King Chu was truly extraordinary in the past. Someone sighed. Chu Feng spoke. "Defeated opponent, do you think you can now rule the world and swallow the mountains and rivers? Don't you remember how miserable you were when you fled for your life back then? Today, I'll sit here and see how you kill me." Chu Feng challenged. Some of the magnetic stones on his body turned into flowing light and disappeared into the nearby grassland. At this moment, be it the ones he had tossed out or the ones he had placed earlier, all of them had long since disappeared. Moreover, the area was rumbling. Apparently, an even more powerful domain had taken form. Those magnetic stones seemed to have come to life after entering the ground. They began to change directions and hid themselves. I've already said that in the face of absolute strength, these are all small tricks. If I want to kill you, these broken things won't be able to stop me. The Nine Lives Cat entered the island and approached. Everyone sighed in agreement. Apart from his own strength, everything else was illusory. Even if Chu Feng had grasped a domain, it wouldn't be enough in the face of a top-grade evolved being. His fate wasn't in his own hands. Nine Lives Cat, if you act tyrannically today, I'll also start a massacre on your race, the old Grandmaster shouted. He turned around and faced the Peacock King and Nine Lives Cat alone. I came out of seclusion this time to kill him. Now that I've come across him, I won't let him go. I won't be threatened." The Nine Lives Cat said coldly. A golden stream of light rushed over, accompanied by majestic aura and vast ocean-like energy fluctuations. This caused many people to fall limply to the ground. A golden-haired man appeared in the blink of an eye. His eyes were like lightning as he landed on the ground. "The golden-winged Rock King," someone cried out in alarm. "Let's see who dares touch Chu Feng. Come one step closer, and I'll kill you right now." The Rock King spoke. His entire body was flowing with golden splendor, and his aura was terrifying. Clang! A sword streaked across the sky like a divine rainbow. It was simply too resplendent. That was a flying sword that tore through the horizon and swooped down at extreme speed. Following which, a white crane landed on the ground and looked disdainfully at the Nine Lives Cat and the Peacock King. Although it didn't say anything, its intentions were clear. These were all top-grade kings and famous experts. It would be extremely terrifying if a battle were to break out between them here. All of this was because of Chu Feng. Everyone sighed lightly. The effects of the battle on Mount Longhu were too great. Chu Feng had saved some top-grade kings before. Now, these people were displaying their might and intimidating all those with ulterior motives. On another island, the various kings had also sensed the powerful energy fluctuations. Even though they were several kilometers away, their divine instincts were still able to sense the general situation. Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Some people stood up. Since that's the case, everyone should go together, said the Hollow Jade Temple Master. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.